Sir, you're charged with especially aggravated kidnapping. You're also charged with aggravated assault, and you're charged with theft of a firearm worth less than $2,500.
You're talking about stuff that is not relevant.
Hello and welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I am the recovery addict, and boy do I have a case for you today.
Why is the dog chewing on this guy?
I think they have got the wrong guy there.
Got the wrong guy, and the dog was biting him.
He roughened him up quite a bit. There's a lawsuit.
This is the next search on February 28, 2020, 7:44 p.m. How period does the FBI find people? The people's misspelled P-E-O-O-P-L-E.
I object.
Did the defendant find out how the FBI finds people in this case? Oh, she found out.
What more do you need to see?
So I just found out I'm missing a button. Over the weekend, I let some kids play with my audio board, and they deleted because he's the guy. It's right here, and it won't play. It's dead. It's dark. I have to re-record it. Welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. This sounds so bad. Let's see. Test 1 2. Check 1 2. Test 1 2. There it is. Hello, welcome to the Court of Public Opinion. I'm the recovery addict, and I'm also struggling to get my audio working right. It just sounds flat. That's how it sounds. All right, well, I'll figure it out. And for good time's sake, I'm going to do something I haven't done in a long time. Hang on. There we go. Just had a little pour there. So I didn't. Greener says this won't end well. Greeners, I hope you're not right.
Because he's the guy.
Greeners, I just went to the post office and got a little package from you. Thank you, by the way. Arrived on my birthday. A pew pew case. A mini pew pew case right here, which has little locks on it, and it pops open, and it has inside an authentic fired 308.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Bullet pen. So this is a fired cartridge from a 308, which is a sniper round, and it's a brilliant pen. Nice brass, nice good weight to it. Ooh, that's awesome. Greeners, thank you very much. I appreciate this. I like the case it comes in too. That is just awesome. Is it 308 one of the few rounds I have not fired? Greener says, I couldn't find brass knuckles online, so this was second best. That is so cool. That is awesome. Authentically, it's a fired round. It's really cool. Let's see. We had a couple things happen before I arrived here, and I apologize for that. I was a little bit late getting back from lunch. Mrs. R.A. and I went out for lunch together to a little local shop down by the post office called Second Street Cafe. We had the entire restaurant to ourselves, as is normally the case with restaurants in a small town. And I had the French dip, and she had the roast beef and provolone sandwich. And it was food. That's how it goes. Sharon Ken Sharp gifted 10 memberships. Thank you very much. And I'll look at this. Legally Blonde comes in with a super chat saying, happy birthday, friend. I hope this year brings you the joy, love, and kindness you bring to all of us every day. You deserve the best. Thank you. Thank you very much for that. Let's see. Lainey Sue, happy birthday. I'm so happy to found your channel. Have an amazing day. I am going nuts. The sound just is not right here. Okay, let me go louder on this one. Test 1 2. That's loud. Don't have any clipping. You know what it is? I know what it is. Hang on. We need voice tone. It's low. Strength. Soft. Test 1, 2. That's pretty good. Makes it nice and hot. Man, so much to do here. All right. Is it becoming a new tradition to not put chat on screen? It's becoming a tradition to put your message that chat is not on screen first. So let's do that because you just reminded me. Let's recognize Regina Crawford, who was first in chat this afternoon. I apologized previously to our chat winner this morning, who had to step out for not recognizing her appropriately. I sent that in a personal message. Just know
you look good.
I did. But Regina, you are the first in chat this afternoon, which makes you the internet winner, and you are responsible for everything IP related worldwide. You're going to do great. You're going to do absolutely fabulous. Don't worry about it. Let's see. Do I have the dates wrong?
Thank you, sir. You're my new best friend.
Keep thinking. So now there we go. So now Sharon and Ken Sharp, there you are. Gifted 10 memberships and also had an awesome super chat from Legally Blonde, wishing me a happy birthday and all the goodness that comes with it. Thank you for that. All right, we're about to get back to court. Yay! Happy birthday. We're about to get back to court here in just a minute. As I've had way too much to eat for lunch. I had two more bundt cakes. Nothing but cakes. Bundt cakes.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Thank you. They were delicious. They're wonderful. They're amazing. Double hearsay cakes. Yes, double. So I've now had 4 of those today, which means I ate a third of the dozen, and my family ate the rest. Then I went out to lunch and had a sandwich, and I thought, I'll get an order of fries on the side, and I ate those as well. So I'm telling you this because when I fall asleep later this afternoon on the live stream, you'll know why. It's just I'm having a food coma, and I'll sleep it off. I'll be okay. But I think I'm going to skip dinner tonight. Maybe hit the bike. Master Eden, did my courthouse color change? It is orange. It changed at 12 months. It'll change again. Oh, you got a little bit to wait. It takes a bit, but you're getting so close. Master Eden, thank you very much. Orange courthouse looks great on you. Christy Silo gifted a membership. Thank you, Christy. That one went to Madison Weaver. Congratulations, Madison. Man, this mic is still just a little bit hot. Test 1, 2. That's a little better. That's a little better. Which flavors did I eat? I had the lemon, I had the white, and I had the red velvet. I did not have the chocolate. Wait. I ate 2 red velvets. That's what it was. I did not have the chocolate. Mrs. Ari had that one. There was only one left by the time I did it. Eddie, thank you. Eddie Irene, my birthday only comes once a year, but at the rate I'm eating, it's not going to come again next year. So I need to sort of dial it back here. Regina Crawford gifted a membership. Cat Grow, you are the recipient. Congratulations. I see the counter and sing the song Bang Bang Maxwell's Silver Hammer. It's pretty much like that. It's just like the song. The judge has his gavel of justice, which he brings down on the heads of those who desperately need it. Does anyone hear a buzzing sound or is it my ears? I'm so sick I thought it might just be that. Let me listen carefully. I'm not hearing it, Josh. I'm not hearing it. What? It's your birthday? Who knew? Kaylee Rose, thank you for being here. All right, we're going to be going back to court momentarily, which is currently waiting for us to arrive. I hope that's not the right thing. But when it comes back, we have on the stand right now the lead investigator. That's not cursive counter. We need this one. There we go. Hagar's Hammer of Justice. Birthdays are like boogers. The more you have, the harder it is to breathe. Send a text to the burner. My burner phone is blowing up. Thank you for all the messages, everybody. The other Jules, happy birthday, RA. You deserve all the B-Day love and treats. Thank you very much. I think I did eat all the birthday love and treats. I'm full. I'm absolutely full. I heard a buzz earlier when we were watching court. I thought someone was brushing their teeth with an electric toothbrush. I think there's a barber who set up shop at the back of the courthouse, and he's giving free shaves, but it's electric razor only. So that's what they're doing. I don't know. It sounds like hair clippers. That's what it sounds like. But in reality, it's probably a fan keeping some of that equipment that the AV guy has running cool. That's my guess. It might also be that there's one of the cameras has an onboard microphone and it's picking up a buzz from something that's connected to. So, okay. Oh, phone is ringing. I have the great connection now, so we can take phone calls again.
Call from
Weebug.
Weebug, how are you doing?
Hey, I'm good. Happy birthday.
Thank you very much. I appreciate that.
Hey, I'm just calling. I wanted to give a little bit of a backstory on this for everyone in chat's understanding.
Sure.
So I'm from the town where both of these girls graduated.
Mm-hmm.
I graduated there as well, and I live in the town where the murder occurred. The town where they graduated is only about 3,000 people, where it was at that time.
Okay.
So it's very small.
That's tiny. I'm in a 5,000 person
very,
town.
Very small.
It's tiny.
Yeah. So basically, you can toot and your neighbors know before you do. And at that time, there was hardly any...
That's not something I'd heard before. Okay, go ahead.
At that time, there were hardly any murders, and so Minot PD did not have a lot of experience with investigating these things. So kind of what I'm saying is it doesn't surprise me if Nichole knew a lot of the details that supposedly were not put out there. These families had a lot of people in common. Mm-hmm. So, if one family just, let out some of the information that the police department had, and it is not surprising that the entire town would have known in about 5 minutes.
Wow.
So to me, that's not a smoking gun that she knew all of these
her
details.
Knowing the crime scene details could be account to the fact that they just don't know how to shut up and everyone gossips.
Right.
Okay.
Right. Information spreads really quick in a small town. And, they could have been talking to their family members and they mentioned it to a friend, and you know how that goes. So that's not a smoking gun to me. If she did it, I have no problem with her being locked up, but I just don't see with the information that they have, there's too many different variables that if they follow the letter of the law, you can't convict her beyond a reasonable doubt unless they still have a smoking gun to pull out of their back pocket, which I don't really see that they do.
I think we've seen all the smoking guns we're going to get on this one. And
to me, it's just not enough. Maybe she did it, but I would rather let someone go free than lock up a innocent person for the rest of their life.
It's interesting. Do you think that everybody's lying when they say she said she confessed? She told us, are those lies?
I think there was a lot of alcohol involved. I think, it's a possibility that she was very young and immature and self-centered at the time. And there could have been some bravado going on, well, if everybody's going to accuse me of it, to heck with it, I did it, kind of a thing. Oh yeah, I did it. I could see her just being facetious that way.
That's a heck of a brag.
No,
it
is a heck of a brag.
All the things to brag about. Felony murder is usually not one of them. Right. But nobody's accused her of being a very nice girl at that time. It's been almost 20 years. I can't speak for her now. I know that she's held a job. She's, raised a daughter. She got married, so she's not been in trouble as far as I know since she held a civilian job on the Minot Air Force Base. So, if she did do it, it was a one and done kind of a thing.
But I know she wasn't, like I said, nobody's accused her of being a very nice person during that time frame, but that doesn't equate to murder in my opinion. I just think there's so many different variables that without 100% proof of DNA, if you follow the letter of the law, you can't find her guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, in my opinion.
I don't know. I'm getting close to the point where I'm thinking I could see it as guilty. I do think I want to see more, but there's a lot of circumstantial evidence here that I know I'm notorious for accepting circumstantial evidence, as the judge says, just like it's physical evidence, just like it's something else.
Yeah,
it can be enough for me.
And they had testified too in court, though, that she had made a statement that it was a white robe, I believe, and it actually was a pink one. So I don't know if that was just somebody misspoke or what, but it was actually a pink robe that Anita was wearing.
That's interesting. Let me give it some thought. I want to play something that before court comes back that we heard from the detective just a little bit ago. But Weebug, thank you very much. I appreciate the call, and thanks for giving us a little background and insight into the area. Thank you very much.
You bet. You have a good day.
Bye.
Bye.
So let me play. I think it's just going to be audio here. Let's see if I can get this to work. Do we have audio? I have no audio going through. I checked and fixed the cables over the break, and I think I fixed them wrong. Output HDMI. It's not working. Okay, judge is coming back anyway, so we're running out of time. In Cold Justice, the pics they show are white robe, not pink.
Judicial District is again back on the record. The time is 8 minutes after 1 o'clock. Today's date continues to be Monday, March 24th, 2025.
Continues to be.
Again, we're in the middle of trial. Parties are present along with counsel. Jury is not present. We broke for lunch. We broke a little early based upon the state wishing to use a demonstrative exhibit in regard to the testimony of their witness. I believe it would be Sergeant Asham, specifically geared toward her testimony that she had reviewed the 5 interviews with the defendant and found inconsistencies, and she wished to express those inconsistencies over the 5 interviews, and this exhibit would assist the jury in understanding and following along those inconsistencies. A couple of things. The defense objected. The rule being used by the state is 1006, having to do specifically with demonstrative exhibits. The underlying function of that is the fact that the evidence has already been supplied, is available, has been received to support that demonstrative exhibit. In this case, that is correct. All the interviews have been offered and received by the court. They are available. They will be available to the jury upon their deliberations. And the sergeant's testimony will be tedious, probably to say the least. And having an aid for the jury to review and follow along, in a sense, would be helpful. That's the basis for the state's position. It is my understanding that this aid, the demonstrative exhibit, will not be given to the jury in their deliberation, so it doesn't go beyond the use with the testimony of Sergeant Asham. Accordingly, it's not an exhibit that would be considered discoverable, in a sense, as to comply with my rule, going back about 3 weeks, my order, I should say.
My crystal ball is wrong.
There would be no additional discovery beyond that date. I think it was March 4th, is what I said. The underlying information, all of the interviews the defense has, they would be doing their own due diligence in reviewing all of those interviews for the same purpose with regard to consistencies and inconsistencies. The key to this entire question is going to be that the officer in her testimony would be speaking to the exhibit for the purpose of, this is what I found and why I found it. The court is going to overrule the objection by the defense with regard to this exhibit, and the state will be allowed to publish the exhibit for the purpose of soliciting the testimony of Sergeant Asham. It is my understanding that the exhibit would be put forth on the TV screen in front of the jury. I think the TV screen behind the witness, and then each counsel has a TV screen on their desk, on their table. So that should be appropriate. All right.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have actually been, during the noon hour, reviewing this, and I apologize for this. It might have cut off the court's decision with regards to this matter, but we'll actually not be offering or showing it at this point in time. I'll incorporate it into my closing.
Oh! All right. Then, is there anything else before I bring in the jury?
No, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, anything else before I bring in the jury?
That is hilarious.
No, sir, thank you.
All right.
The judge spent the whole lunch hour deliberating and researching, and they're like, never mind, we're just kidding. We're just kidding.
Can you stop, please?
I'm so sorry about that.
You can sit down, please, everyone. Thank you.
Yes, I'm sorry, Your Honor. It was just brought to my attention that Ms. Glynns had been issued a subpoena shortly after we returned from the lunch hour by the defense, even though she had been released from our subpoena, and she had been sitting here during Sergeant Asham's testimony.
Ms. Brenda?
Yes, Brenda Glynns.
Whoa.
Yep, that's true, Your Honor. We just had she's back now. We just had a chance to talk to her. We served the subpoena just before Your Honor came in here. She had informed us that she was in here for Ms. Talbot's testimony, but she was not under subpoena at that time. She is again now for the defense, and so yes, I'm sorry.
For Ms. Sergeant Asham.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Your Honor.
It's all right, I got it.
And so she was not under subpoena at that time. She is now, and so I'm just trying to follow the state's sequestration order, so I let her know that.
Okay. Ms. Arden?
I just wanted the court to be aware of this, Your Honor. I don't know how this plays out with your sequestration order with regards to the fact she was not under subpoena. She's been here for the lion's share of Sergeant Asham's testimony.
Yeah, we're just getting to the good stuff is my assumption. So, okay. All right, then is it your position that she would be required to be out of the courtroom during the rest of the testimony?
If she's subject to a subpoena, yeah.
All right. Mr. Sands, your understanding?
Yep, that sounds right, Your Honor.
Okay. Ms. Glynns, you'll have to remove yourself from the courtroom. All right. Now, Ms. Sorgan, can I call in the jury?
Yes.
All right, please.
Wow. This is the one who has to remove herself is the defendant's aunt, or her second mom, as she called herself. The one that was she did not want to be here. We heard her testimony early today. She'll be back. She'll be back. Quite spicy. Yes, those two attorneys are brothers, the Sands brothers. I still can't get over the fact that the state fought to admit this exhibit for the jury to see, the timeline of all the stories changing. The judge said, I'm going to spend my whole lunch hour sorting this one out for you. He finally did, after doing all the research on what he would allow and make his ruling. Comes back, makes his ruling, and then the state says, never mind. And they end up going with what my crystal ball showed me anyway, which was they're going to use it in closing and not during the
All right,
case
Ms.
in
Sorgan,
chief.
you waive roll call of the jury.
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
We do as well, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. We were in the middle of testimony for Sergeant Asham. Sergeant Asham is again on the stand. You may continue, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, before we broke, you were given copies of exhibits, correct?
Correct.
All right. And that would be specifically, just so we're reorienting ourselves, exhibits 13, 16, 17, 19, and 26, correct?
Correct.
All right. And those are the statements that the defendant has given to law enforcement over the years?
Correct.
All right. Now, you were telling us that you had created a timeline to help yourself orient yourself with regards to the inconsistencies in those statements. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay. Drawing your attention first to exhibits 16 and 17.
Those are back on the exhibit table. Could I get those again?
I'll grab them for you.
Susan, thank you very much. And you gifted 5 memberships. Thank you, Susan.
Okay. Drawing your attention to exhibits 16 and 17, the statements that Ms. Rice gave to Detective Barnard on June 4th, 2007. Where did Ms. Rice say that she was during the time of the murder?
She said she was home on the family farm.
Okay. Did she give any specifics about that?
I believe through the course of the interview, she had told Detective Barnard that she came home from work late Friday night around 11 p.m. She went to bed, packed up her things, got up early Saturday morning, left to go to the farm. Said she hadn't really spoken to Anita in about 3 weeks. She stated that she heard Anita in her room playing music on Friday night. She thinks that someone may have come over during the night. She heard a male voice, but didn't know who it was.
And did she say what time she left the family farm?
She had stated that she arrived in, she didn't say what time she got to the farm, but I believe she said she left Minot around 8 or 7:30 a.m. on Saturday morning to go to the farm. And then she went to the farm, and then they spent Saturday at a going away party for her cousin. And then she came home Saturday and spent all day Sunday at the house with her little sister. And that was at the farm. And then she stated that she never went back to the apartment. She went straight to work on Monday afternoon.
Okay. Did she tell Detective Barnard how she and Anita got along?
She just said that they their schedules didn't match, so they didn't see each other or communicate much leading up to the time of the homicide. She didn't really say anything about any conflict or anything like that.
Okay. Turning to Exhibit 13, the interview with Sergeant Goodman. Okay. What was the timeline that the defendant gave for herself during that interview 4 days later, or about a week later, sorry?
So once again, she had said that she had worked Friday night and she came home a little bit after 11, around 11:30 p.m. She mentioned that she had, when she came home, she saw Anita at the fridge in the apartment. And then she again talked about packing up her things to get ready to go to the farm for the weekend. And then she went to her room and went to bed. Again, she had mentioned something about possibly somebody coming over in the middle of the night, maybe around 1 a.m. And then she got up Saturday morning early and left and never saw Anita or spoke to her.
Okay. How did the June 11th interview differ from the June 4th?
Well, the first thing that was different was that she had, in the June 4th interview, she said she never saw Anita on Friday. And then on June 11th, she said she saw her in the kitchen of the apartment.
Okay.
So then she, again, talked about going to the farm. She left around a little bit later, about 8:30, got to the farm about 9:15, waited around for her family to be ready so they could travel to Carrington, is what she said in this instance. So they could go to this family party. She had mentioned, specifically this time, she thought she recognized the voice of the male that she heard on Friday night, but she didn't really hear what they were talking about.
Who did she think it was?
Michael Linrud.
Okay. Did the police investigate Michael Linrud?
Yes.
And what did they learn? What did Minot Police learn about him?
He was a friend of Anita's. They had spoken on the phone that night.
Okay. Please continue.
Again, she had said she never saw Anita when she left Saturday morning, never spoke to her at all. So she had to be on the road to get to the farms to be ready to leave to go to Carrington by 10. So she stopped at the gas station before she left Minot, went out there. The entire family was going to ride together to the party, but her and her little sister were fighting, so she decided to drive separately, and her cousin Alyssa rode with her.
Okay. Now, Sergeant Goodman testified that during this interview, the defendant was not honest with him.
Correct.
Were you able to determine by reading that transcript and reviewing that statement what he was referring to?
Yes.
And what was that specifically?
She had told initially Sergeant Goodman that they had gone to the party and came home later that evening, early evening, to the farm. And then she stayed at the farm all of Saturday evening. She watched movies with her mom and her little sister, and then she went to bed. It was later found out that she had been at the 41 Club in Russo on Saturday night with her cousin, and he brought that to her attention that she left that out.
Okay. And so how did that change her story?
Then she stated that she remembered she had gone to the bar, which was the 41 Club in Russo. It was owned by her cousin Alyssa and her boyfriend or fiance at the time. She stated she went there just briefly to take some CDs to Alyssa. And while she was there, she ate chicken strips and a Sprite. She stated at that point she was only at the bar for about 15 minutes. And then she went to Alyssa's house and watched a movie with Aunt Joyce.
Okay. What else was gleaned from that June 11th interview?
Aside from going to the bar, watching movies, she had stated that she went to the farm every weekend. She stayed there. She said Sunday morning she slept in until around 11, 10 o'clock, and then she went out and checked cows with her sister, and then she came back to the house where she beaded necklaces with her mother for 4 hours, and then just hung out at the house and went to bed, and then got up Monday morning She said she slept until 11 Monday morning, and then she went straight to work in Minot.
Sergeant Asham, you've reviewed the June 4th and the June 11th transcripts. Is there any reference to the window screen in either of those transcripts?
No.
By either Nichole or the officers?
Correct.
Was there a reference to a bowl in the bathroom sink in either of those?
No.
Is there a reference to her iPod?
I'd have to double check. She may have talked about it with Detective Goodman.
Okay.
Possibly being missing, but I have to look more closely at that.
I'm going to draw your attention instead. We're going to move on to Exhibit 19. Statement, the transcript of her interview with Special Agent Meixner on May 6, 2010. What do we learn from this interview?
The beginning portion, she doesn't really talk about Friday night at all. She again talks about getting up Saturday morning, going to the farm. A little bit about drinking.
Now, you were present for William May and Christina Holler's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And what was the time frame upon which they said that they made their reports to the Minot Police Department?
In 2008.
And this interview with Agent Meixner was what year again?
2010.
Okay. Surrounding the conversation.
Objection, Your Honor. I don't believe there was an interview with Ms. Rice and Ms. Meixner that they're referring to.
The transcripts and evidence.
If I'm following correctly, Counsel, it was May 6th of 2010.
Okay.
The interview with Officer Meixner.
Okay.
Yes.
Exhibit 19. So the question again, Ms. Sorgan.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sergeant, with regards to that section that you just referenced where she was talking about drinking, what was that conversation?
She made a comment that people tend to babble and talk too much when they're drinking, which is why she no longer drinks.
Had she and Agent Meixner been talking about drinking prior to that point?
No.
Was there any question posed to her about anyone making a drunken statement?
No.
Did the defendant talk about her relationship with Anita during that conversation?
I'd have to double check that. In most conversations that she had with investigators, she talked about how they were best friends. She saw herself as Anita's protector, bodyguard. Anytime an investigator brought up information that they had received about them fighting or arguing, she downplayed it.
Okay. Specifically fighting about what?
The alarm clock, the fish tank. Primarily, those were the issues that came up.
Okay. And when you say she
stuff.
downplayed it, what do you mean?
Alarm clock and fish tank.
She would just say things like, oh, we have typical little roommate disagreements, nothing major.
Okay. Permission to approach, Your Honor?
You may.
Sergeant, I'm going to show you what's been received into evidence. It states Exhibits 12A through O. And Sergeant Goodman has already established that those were text messages sent from the defendant to Anita. What are the dates of those text messages?
April 21st of 2007.
Okay. So approximately 2 months before Anita died, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What do those text messages say?
Would you like me to read them?
Yes, please.
It's not hearsay because it's a statement of the defendant.
Message says, okay, so next time you leave and don't plan on coming back in the morning and lock your door because God knows I'm dying to get in there. Shut the fucking alarm off so I don't have to listen to it all morning when I can be sleeping. And just for the heads up, my dad and I are going to talk to the landlord ASAP and see what we can do, because honestly, I have no idea what I did to make you, what I did to you to make you all of a sudden be all weird on me. But I'm going to tell you right now, I sure as hell ain't going to put up with it till December. Well, and that's abbreviated. This sucks, and I may sound like a bitch. But what goes around comes around. I have tried the being nice strategy, and that just obviously didn't get the point across.
Who's humming?
Really, there isn't anything to talk about. I was just letting you know, the 411. I am trying to sleep, in all caps, and ignore this alarm. Things shouldn't have gotten like this in the first place. I didn't do shit to deserve it, but whatever. I am done discussing this. Oh, and by the way, I really... That's... that one cuts off there. I think that's supposed to be realized. The next message says, are you going to move out or am I, if we can get out of this lease if one of us leaves? This is causing me problems with my family because my stress level is very high on this subject. Seriously, what died I do to you? I ain't ever home. You pretty much have the effing place to yourself, for Christ's sake.
She wrote a effing.
Sergeant, was it your understanding from the investigation that the alarm clock issue was limited to just April?
Yes.
Okay, it was just in April.
I only heard of the one incident.
All right.
So this is the defendant texting the victim.
Based on this, based on the investigation, did the hostilities cease because of the alarm clock issue?
No.
Okay. And what was your understanding of the nature of the hostilities?
They just weren't getting along. They weren't good roommates. One liked to be clean, one was messy. Anita felt uncomfortable when Nichole would bring people over to the apartment, and then she would leave to go to work and leave the people there with her that she didn't know.
Okay.
Jamie,
Sergeant, drawing your attention to your interview with the defendant on March 12th of 2022. Were there also inconsistencies in her timeline in that interview?
Yes.
Okay. And how did that interview differ from the prior interviews?
In this particular interview, she left out anything about watching movies at her aunt's house. Again, she had said a slightly different version of what she did on Sunday. She didn't talk anything about beating necklaces. I think this may be the one where she talked about going to shoot gophers on Sunday instead of checking cows or beating.
Shoot gophers instead of checking cows?
She couldn't remember at this juncture if it had been Friday night or Saturday morning that she had gone back to the farm. And she had gone to the bar in Russo, and she had stayed until 11 or 12 p.m. and then got back to the farm. And then she went to sleep on the couch.
Okay. During the course of these interviews, did the defendant offer any of her theories as to who might have hurt Anita?
She did, I think, when she spoke to Detective Goodman. And then I think, if I remember correctly, she may have offered one when I spoke to her as well.
Okay. Did she identify the same person in all of these interviews?
No.
Okay. In the very first interview that she gave with Detective Barnard, did she identify anybody that she thought could have done this?
No.
Okay. Anybody who was mad at Anita?
No.
Okay. In the interview with Sergeant Goodman, Exhibit 13, could she identify anybody particular that she thinks would have done this?
I believe that was the interview where she said Nathan Tickerhoof was a possible suspect.
Okay. And did the police investigate Nathan Tickerhoof?
Yes.
And what did the police determine about that?
He had no involvement.
How about her interview with Special Agent Meixner? Who did she identify in that one?
Mm-hmm.
You can hear the barber buzzing somebody's head in the background.
I'm not entirely sure. Like I said, I apologize. It's tough to keep them all straight.
Fair to say, different stories, correct?
Yeah.
Objection, Your Honor. She's testifying.
Sustained.
I wish we had an exhibit or something that could keep it straight for us.
In the interview with Agent Meixner, was she able to identify anybody that was particularly mad at Anita?
No.
How'd she refer to herself as in reference to Anita?
Her bodyguard?
She'd call herself Anita's bodyguard.
Yes.
That's a little weird.
Did she ever mention Marty and Nell during that interview?
I know she mentioned Marty and Ellen in one of the interviews.
Okay. What did she mention with regards to Marty?
I believe she said that people are saying it was probably him.
Okay. And did she keep with that theory?
I don't believe she had one opinion one way or the other.
Okay. Was there a point where she was talking about Marty having committed suicide?
I'm not sure.
Okay. Your Honor, if I could approach, got the copy of the statements up there.
Regina, thank you for the birthday wishes with the cha-cha-chas. The sergeant is not very confident in anything she's saying. And the fact that she has to read everything and she's not sure, and I think that might have happened in one of the interviews. I don't know. It's not good for the state. Maybe she has a future with prison break investigations out of Florida. Gadget Girl, thank you very much for jumping in chat to say happy birthday. Those cakes are so good. Oh, they're so good. Is there another question? I had 4.
Your Honor, I'm just trying to find the location of this section.
Jen, thank you. Thank you so much. So the state doesn't look organized.
Nichole make any specific comments with regards to how she felt about Anita during this interview?
Yes.
What'd she say?
She said, I loved her. She was my best friend. She meant the world to me. And honest to God, I looked up to her like, oh my gosh, I wish I could be like her.
Hmm.
Okay. Sergeant, you were present for Matthew Hansen's testimony, and you were also present, you also read through that information in the investigation, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Did it come to your attention during the investigation that the defendant had moved to New Mexico?
Yes.
Okay. When did that happen?
New Mexico happened in 2008.
Okay. Did she move someplace else before that?
She moved to Arizona.
Okay. When did that happen?
2007.
And in relation to when Anita died, how soon after that did she move to Arizona?
It's believed to be immediately following, within a month or two.
Okay.
That's pretty quick.
And approximately when did she come back from Arizona?
I believe she was only in Arizona for a few months. She came back in the fall of 2008.
Okay. And then she relocated to New Mexico in 2008?
Excuse me, I misspoke. She came back from Arizona in the fall of 2007, and then she went to New Mexico in 2008.
Okay. And were you able to determine when she came back from New Mexico?
In July of 2008.
Now, there was a work trip that she had won. Is that right?
Yes.
All right. When was that trip supposed to be?
I don't know if there's a specific date for that trip.
Okay. Do you know if she did go on that trip?
By all accounts, she did not.
Okay. And why was that?
She left the job and she left the state.
And you're aware of the statements that she made to Brenda Glenn's in July of 2008?
Correct.
Okay. How does that match up with the statements that she gave to law enforcement as far as her timeline is concerned?
I don't believe she ever told law enforcement that she left the state, that she had moved to Arizona or New Mexico. The statements that she made to Brenda were something completely different than what she had told law enforcement.
Okay. Sergeant, I'm just going to hand you Exhibit 18. What's been received into evidence is Exhibit 18, and then sit down for a second. States 18, which has been received into evidence, we've established was a phone bill for Nichole, correct?
Correct.
All right. You analyzed that, is that right?
Yes.
All right. What did you find with regards to that phone bill and her timeline as she's provided it to law enforcement over the years?
It's inconsistent with the times that she was giving as far as when she was awake and when she was sleeping that weekend. There's call activity and data transmission activity during the times that she said she was asleep or before she woke up.
Okay. And when you say call activity, specifically what are you referring to?
Phone calls. She was speaking with a gentleman in Michigan by the name of Ryan Martin. That's her most frequent call activity. She spoke to him quite a lot.
And was Minot PD able to confirm whether or not it was actually her having phone calls with him?
I know they had a agency in Michigan conduct a courtesy interview with Ryan Martin, who confirmed that he had spoken with her.
Thank you, Ivan. Appreciate that. Hope you're doing well, my man.
Sergeant, what's a call for service?
Call for service is any time that someone contacts dispatch and an incident is created that an officer is dispatched to.
Have you had an opportunity to look back through calls for service with regards to Anita Knutson?
Yes.
Okay. Aside from the incident involving her death, were there any calls for service that you're aware of?
None.
You're aware of the issues that Detective Barnard testified to and Matt Hansen testified to about getting defendant to come to the crime scene on June 4th, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Specifically, Matt Hansen's testimony about, it's just my roommate, I'm not dealing with it.
Correct.
Okay. Did that strike you as odd when you reviewed that information?
Yes.
Why?
It's not normal behavior. If someone called me and said the police need you to come home, I would have questions and I would immediately go home.
Okay. And again, no calls for service with regards to Anita.
Correct.
So is it fair to say that that would be an unusual circumstance to get a call about her?
Yes.
Sergeant, you have lived in Minot for how long?
I went to college there, and then I left briefly, and then returned in 2000, and have been there since.
Okay. You're familiar with the surrounding area, correct?
Yes.
Okay, including Velva?
Yes.
All right. Are you familiar with the distance from Minot to the defendant's father's farm?
Yes.
Okay. And how long is that?
It's about a 43-minute drive, plus or minus 5 minutes, given depending on weather and traffic.
Okay. And how recently have you taken that drive?
Just a couple of days ago, I took the drive.
Okay. So that would have been winter, right?
Yes.
How long would that drive typically take in the summer?
Probably 40 minutes.
Now, Detective, with regards to the statements that we heard of information that were provided by Ms. Rice to her aunt, Brenda, you testified earlier about police holdbacks in an investigation. Were you able to identify holdback information in that testimony?
Yes.
What specifically?
That the screen had been cut, that there had been a bowl of water in the bathroom sink, and that the victim was wearing a bathrobe and laying on her bed.
Okay. All of that information was police holdback?
As far as I'm aware, yes.
Okay. And you've reviewed these statements and transcripts of interviews with the defendant. Was there any mention of those items?
No.
By law enforcement? Correct. I have nothing further for the sergeant, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you have any cross-examination?
Your Honor, I have quite an extensive cross-examination. I'm wondering if there's any chance we could take a couple of minute bathroom break before I begin.
Okay.
Judge, I got to pee.
Seems a little quick, but the jury loved me for saying this, so we'll do it again.
Judge, I got to pee. I can't hold it. This is Mr. Sands.
We're going to take a short recess. Please do not converse with any witnesses, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any
matters. Okay, we're waiting for Mr. Sands to get back from the little boys' room, or the little lawyer's room. That's where he's headed. Cleo, you got me out of hiding for a minute. Have a wonderful birthday. Thank you, Cleo. Appreciate that. Ivan, I saw you come in through a super chat as well. Hope you're doing well, my friend. Let's see. Everyone's sleepy, right? We all just have lunch, right? All of us, if you did what I did, we probably ate too much. Helped myself to the cake a little too much. And then we have this witness who speaks in a near monotone and is not very excited about anything she says. Nothing's very surprising. And that is the exact recipe for sleep inducement. It's just the snoring starts moments later. So, all right, we'll wait for them to come back from court. Had 3 hot cross buns. Mel says, I congratulate you on your very special day, my friend. Best wishes from British Columbia, Canada. Thank you very much. I've had birthday wishes from at least 4 continents now. So that is really cool. Canada, obviously, with the same continent as the United States, but I just thought I'd point out that we've had 4 continents. Have the privilege of sharing another birthday with you, Kenny May. Thank you. Thank you. Ivan now has the hot cross bun song in his head. Good job, whoever did that. Thank you. Could her demeanor suggest she's not partial to either side? It could, and I actually prefer an investigator to come across in a flat style, but maybe not quite so monotone. You can be human. You don't have to be robotic about it. I don't want the prosecutor to be, or the lead investigator to be like the aunt was, very biased to one side or the other. But a little more fluctuation in the voice would be great. Is the defense? Oh, I saw what was that? Is the defense going to get to cover up? Get into the cover up. Ghost, I'm not sure. They say there was no evidence of sexual assault at the scene. Are you talking about the other stuff that the police department may be connected with? Thank you to all those who click on the thumbs up button. Let's see. We have over 500 of you who have liked the stream. That is wonderful. The Republic of Texas wishes you a happy birthday. So 4 continents and Texas. Let's do that. Does she have an alibi? Here's the problem, Elspeth. She has several different ones. That's the issue we're going into right now, and it's slow in the delivery. But she said she's been a couple places. And she's retold the stories, and every time she tells the story, they're a little bit different. And one time she's out shooting gophers, one time she's out checking on the cows, which I think can be the same thing. I've had that job on a ranch before. I've been I was riding fences, and I was also in charge of dispatching gophers, because the gophers will dig a hole in the field, and a cow will step in it and break their leg, and then you have to kill the cow. So it's the gophers or the cows. Speaking of the internal affairs investigation that came out literally moments before trial, I don't think they're going to be able to go into that. The judge sort of shut that down pretty quickly at the beginning. Is this the prosecutor the defense is going to lay into? I think they have to. They have to attack some of the stuff she's brought out. The stuff that is missing really bothers me. It could make or break this case. It seems like an appellate issue. Laurie, there's definitely some questions that should be answered about this investigation into why certain things disappeared or were never made it into the case file or weren't followed up on. There are things that the FBI did back then that were not in the case file that should have been there. They had to get copies from the FBI again. There's clearly a problem somewhere. What job have you not had? Oh, my goodness. I worked at McDonald's briefly. They fired me, by the way. I got fired from McDonald's. How many of you, by a show of hands, how many of you got fired from working at McDonald's? I did. Now, in my defense, before you say, what? Who gets fired from McDonald's? They'll take anybody. They fired everybody the same day. They fired every single employee all at once. And then they turned around and offered us our job back for a different company. And I told them no. They sold the franchise. And I told them no. And then I used the law in my favor there, because if you get fired without notice, they have to pay you within 24 hours in the state I was in. If they don't pay you within 24 hours, you get 10% per day of your check added on to what they owe you. And they just thought they would just fire us and hire us back on and just continue as if nothing had happened. It would just be a different name on the check. But I gave them the written notice demanding my check, and they laughed at me. And then I said, we better call the boss because this will come out of, your bonus. And they called the boss and they hand wrote my check. My last paycheck was handwritten so they could not have to pay their fees. Let's see. Pooper scooper in a parade. Worked at McDonald's, worked at a greenhouse. I worked at a water bottling company. I worked at a brick kiln, putting tile on the side of cinder block. Worked in metal shops, done sales, outside sales, inside sales. Done security for big public gatherings. I've shot video for television, TV programs, the news, hot air balloons, police chases, racing. I've done a lot. I've done a few things. Worked for the federal government for a few years as well. We had a girl get fired off our volunteer fire department for real. I didn't see any hands. Am I the only one who's been fired from McDonald's? Oh, there we go. Sassy Southern Witch. Worked for Heavenly Wood. Oh my goodness, I forgot. This was a fun time. I worked for Heavenly Wood, ABC office. And what was some other companies? I think all of them are out of business now. Heavenly Wood, ABC office. We had like seven different companies that were all the same building. We just used different names. And so we would, when people would ask for a bid on something, we would bid on a project from all our different companies, and make it look like there were seven, people fighting over their project, but it was really all just us. It was the weirdest job. First job was McDonald's. I quit twice. Got fired from a chicken place. I should make a list of all the jobs I've had, because there's more. Never got fired. Peter, there was a time up until the last, what was it? I'd say the last 4 years of my life, I had been offered every job I applied to. I don't think that's... Okay. Here, Mrs. Ari is going to talk. Hang on.
This is a statement of fact, but it is also true that you only apply to jobs you know you're going to get.
It's facts.
Hey, I need your wallet.
It's my birthday, right?
I know.
What are you getting?
I'm paying our life insurance policy.
Oh, happy birthday to me.
Thanks.
Let's see. Got fired from KFC when I was 18. I didn't have a ride to work in a blizzard. Tell you, chicken waits for no man. Have you ever been a teacher? I taught summer science, an outdoor summer science course. I forget how many weeks it was. It was like an 8-week course, which is funny because the first time I failed science was in 4th grade. I did fail it so a couple times after as well, but 4th grade was the first time I failed science. And then me being a teacher in science was a lot of fun. Shelly Kelly says, I got fired from a job as a telemarketer because I took no for an answer. You're like, no? Okay, I'll sign you up for that. How do you fail science? Especially in 4th grade where it's just busy work. You don't do the busy work. Failed 10th grade math. I hate mathing. I did my share of math in night school and summer school. Life insurance policy. All right, better not be here. I need life insurance because I don't get health insurance here. You need to have one of the two. So I got fired for using a dryer, stealing hot air. We are all the beneficiaries of his policy. Unfortunately, the cost of the postage alone will completely spend everything. Have you ever been a driving examiner? No, but I may have not passed my first practical driving test, and instead of taking the test again, I went back and talked to my instructor, and he just filled it out as if I had passed. And I have not done practical driving tests since. I won lots of awards as a telemarketer. Let's see, when did I work on the phone? Well, I guess ABC Office was a telephone job, but it was mostly outbound or inbound calls. You should check your Social Security record to be sure all jobs are recorded. Well, they took the taxes on everything, so I think it's all there. My husband was a driving examiner for 35 years until he passed. Here's another fun fact. I was in England for a while, and when you get an English driver's license where I was, there was a part of the driving test where they have somebody like in the vehicle with you, and then there's another part where they have a driving instructor person that like hides, and you drive along, and then he jumps out. And you have to stop without hitting him as part of the test. I can't figure out why anyone would do that particular job, because I'm sure the failure rate is really high at that point. But ABC Office was a front. I dug ditches. One time. What other jobs did I do? I always wanted that job, says John. Never heard that in my life. They were pulling your leg. No, there was a guy that jumped out and has you stop. He doesn't jump in front of the car. But I've only seen it. I saw it one time. I've witnessed this with my own eyes. They don't do that now. They just tap the clipboard in the dash, and you complete an emergency stop. All right. So it was a while back, but did you avoid the jumper? I never took the test. I got in 3 accidents while I was over there. I think I was just grandfathered in. Rona, Watford. Watford's where I saw it. Just towards London from Aylesbury, right? If I remember my geography well. It's the Watford, Rickmansworth area. We're still in the little lawyer break, yes. I was an envelope collector for multiple adult ballets. Hard to get fired at that gig. This is terrible. I regret reading that. Note to self, do not ride in Ari's car. I'm a good driver now. My kids don't think I am, but I am. You lived a lot of lives. Those are just the jobs. I've done some fun things that just like happened. I mean, finding stolen cars and helping bust a poaching ring and things like that. Did the defense attorney fall in? I think he's busy trying to like towel off his leg or something. I think he's trying to dry his clothes. Watford is where you grabbed the Harry Potter studio bus. I never did that. Real question is, does Mrs. Uri think you were a good driver? Abby, she drove on the lunch run today, so probably no. I think you need to write a book on all your life experiences. Why, when I have them preserved in video format right here? Yes, if it's taking this long, he needs to see a doctor next, not necessarily the judge. Hey, you're welcome. Is there anything left?
No. Did you take care of the taxes thing?
What taxes thing?
Well, you told her and said, hey, actually, we had more expenses on the Airbnb.
No, I thought you were doing that.
Okay.
Good luck.
Thanks.
Show of hands, whose spouses know everything about all the great things Recovery Addict has done and know all his funny stories without it listening to his stream. Hollywood, I'm so sorry for your spouse. I'm so sorry. Ever been a financial advisor? I do not give good financial advice. I will tell you my wife does. My wife is amazing with finances. I think she should teach classes on it. It's only because of her that we survived being unemployed for 7 months and survive now. If I had my way, I would be up to my eyeballs in debt, and any cash I did have would be gone. So she's absolutely incredible. Just a Girl Baking, member for 16 months, says happy birthday to you. Reaches out finger to touch nose. Boop. There's a boop. Boop. Not the other things. Just boop. Sorry, I could make YouTube videos about financial advice. Like every penny we've earned since we got married, she is tracked. Here we go. Judge is coming back. Break's over. Hopefully everything turned out okay or whatever for the lawyers.
Minutes after 2. Got a little long. Sorry. Parties are present. Jury is not present. Ms. Sorgan, anything before we bring the jury back?
No, Your Honor.
Diet Coke,
Mr.
Mama.
Sand?
No, sir.
How are you
All
doing?
right, bring the jury
So
in.
good to see you.
Officer, you can come back up.
Mrs. R.A. says hi, by the way. All right. This is a wild case. I passed on Mountain Dew. I had pink lemonade for lunch. I'm trying really hard not to drink Mountain Dew because it doesn't work well with my diet.
Jury is now present. Ms. Sorghum, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State with roll call.
Mr. Sand?
We do as well, Your Honor.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sand, the witness is still on the stand. Do you wish to cross-examine?
I do, Your Honor.
You may proceed.
Here we go. Cross-exam from defense with the lead detective from this investigation.
How you doing, Detective Asham?
I'm doing well.
Good. So you're the case agent for the state on this case, is that correct?
Correct.
You're the lead investigator?
It was a collaboration, but I guess as a case agent, I could be lead investigator.
Okay. You obviously, based on your testimony, you weren't around the Minot PD back in 2007.
No, I was not.
And I know you've already answered this, but just to refresh me, when did you join Minot PD?
2011.
Okay. And as lead investigator on this case, you reviewed the file, correct?
The majority of it, yes.
Okay. So you're aware of the officers that worked on the file?
Yes.
You aware of Officer McLeod?
Yes.
You aware of his participation in the investigation?
I know there's a report on the case file from him.
Okay. And that he interviewed Shannon Dogskin?
Yeah, that sounds right.
Collected buccal swabs?
He's the one that was all that dirt on that report that just got published at the beginning of this trial.
And that he's logged a bunch of evidence in the case as well. Does that sound right?
Likely, I don't know.
Okay. But you've reviewed the file?
Most of it, yes.
Okay. Well, I'm going to come right back to that. You had said that in reviewing the file, there was things that had been lost, things that were unable to be put back together in your investigation of it?
No, what I said, there was things that we didn't have in our possession.
But you got them all?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
You didn't get them all?
No.
What kind of stuff?
There are recordings from BCI that we never received.
Any recordings from interviews of people by the Minot PD?
I'm unaware of any, no. I'm unaware of any recordings from Minot PD that we did not have.
Okay, I'll come back to that. Thank you. So you're aware of the Detective McLeod's supplemental report regarding Shannon Dogskin?
I know that it exists, yes.
Okay. Where is Officer McLeod now? Do you know?
He's deceased.
When did he pass away?
January of 2025.
Okay.
There's a story
so
there
you've already
as well.
told us that he did work on the case. You're the lead investigator on the case. Are you aware of a report from Clark Hill that came out in March here?
Yes,
Have you reviewed it?
in part.
Were you deposed on it this last week?
Yes,
Are you in that report?
yes.
This is the dirt. This is the scoop. I'm not sure how far they can go into it.
Are you aware of the allegations in the report?
Can you expand on that?
Are you aware that Officer McLeod has been investigated before he died for child rape?
Objection. Relevance.
Mr. Sand?
I'm getting to that, Your Honor.
No, you need to be relevant
No.
right now.
Okay.
That's
Give it to me
Wait,
now.
relevance?
I do.
This report we received on Monday. Detective Asham is the lead investigator in the case.
This case.
The case that we're sitting here for right now for trial, Your Honor.
Correct.
The causal connections between an investigator in this case, Officer McLeod, who worked on this case, which I've just established, his relationship with Detective Asham and what's contained in this report is important for credibility under, I believe it's 607, Your Honor, as an exception to 404. And credibility of a witness is always important, especially when they're the lead investigator of the case and they're the case agent and the only witness who's been able to sit through the entire trial unsequestered. Now, she's been able to sit here and testify to everything that's been gone over. No other witnesses have been allowed to do that. She's the only one. 607 allows for credibility to come in, and nothing goes to that more than what's in this report.
Ms. Sorgan?
Well, Your Honor, I understand that that's the defense's position on that. Sergeant Asham's been permitted to sit here because the rules of evidence allow us to have a case agent, which she is and has been designated that, and that's why she's been here throughout these proceedings. As it pertains to whether or not that report has anything to do with her credibility, a report that came out in 2025 with regards to a case that was investigated for a crime that occurred in 2007 and charges that were brought in 2022, I fail to see the relevance.
May I have a brief response?
You may.
I've established that Officer McLeod worked on this case. I've established that she's the lead investigator and the case agent. I've also established that she told me all the recordings from the Minot PD have been collected and reviewed.
That she's aware of.
That she's aware of, but I've been in touch, and I believe that's not true, and I'm about to tease that out on my cross here, Your Honor. And what's in this report refers directly to that as well. Radio Giglio issues.
Your thought is that that report deals with information from 2007?
It deals with information regarding people who investigated and worked on this case that have issues with exactly what she's talking about in terms of preservation of evidence on an 18-year-old case.
This is all in front of the jury.
And credibility. I'm not leaving that argument out.
I think it comes in.
All right. I'm going to allow her to answer the question. Can you repeat it, please?
If I can remember it.
It had to do with whether or not she was aware of Officer McLeod's charge.
Investigations in Valley City, Ada County, Idaho, and Butte, Montana regarding child rape.
I'm aware he was under investigation. I don't know all the details.
And he committed suicide in January.
Yes.
In the police department locker room.
And he worked on this case.
There's a report on this case. I don't know the details of his involvement.
But you've told us that you've looked through the entire case file.
No, I didn't. I said I've looked through a majority of the case file.
Okay. I'll bring that back up for you.
Okay. Wow.
This is a case narrative from Sergeant Sunbakken. Take a look at that first paragraph, and I can ask that question to you again.
Yeah, that needs a goat scream. We told you it was going to get spicy on this one. And the fact that he was allowed to go there, the judge has given him some leeway here, hesitantly. Let's see how he ties this in, because if he doesn't, the judge will shut this down in a heartbeat, and you know the objections are going to keep coming.
Sergeant, Detective McLeod's name in there?
Yes.
That he collected evidence, buccal swab particularly?
Yes.
It's a transcript of a conversation with Sergeant Dogskin by Detective McLeod. You can take as long as you want.
Sergeant Dogskin?
I'm sorry. Mrs. Dogskin, Miss Dogskin. More or less, I would just want you to take a look and see that McLeod performed that interview.
Okay. Do you want me to review the content, or?
If you like.
It's up to you.
No.
No. It's just Judge
You want to know
Banhammer.
if that's who did it, and she said yes.
Is that
Yes.
okay? Thank you. This is a supplemental report for Detective McLeod. It's found in the case file that was sent to us regarding Miss Dogskin.
I think she is nervous.
I believe Shannon Dogskin is a male.
Okay. Well, Mr. Dogskin, then. Does that sound like Mr. McLeod's report?
It says it's his report.
Connect the dots here.
And I can walk you through these if you want, or I can just tell you there's many of these in the report. It's evidence capturing McLeod's names on it. Would you like me to show it to you?
No, I believe you.
Do you know any more of the details regarding the investigation of Mr. McLeod before he committed suicide?
No.
Objection.
No.
Objection. Relevance.
I think we've established that it may be relevant, so we'll rule your objection with regard to any more details. Her response was no.
Now, the truthfulness of Mr. McLeod is at issue here. He was an agent who worked on this case. Are you aware that in the report he said he never had an affair with anybody at work?
I'm unaware of that.
You're unaware of that. If I showed you part of that report, would that help you remember?
Like I said, I did not review the entire report, so I don't know what it says.
Regarding it earlier this week, weren't you?
I was.
You didn't review it before the deposition?
Only the part that it pertained to me.
Then we can move to that part.
So an affair at work we're going into now?
Did you review page 29 where it says that you engaged in an inappropriate relationship with Carmen Asham?
I don't know the page numbers, but...
You recall that?
Yes.
I can show it to you.
With her?
That would help you.
The witness? Whoa! Whoa, 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 whoa. Now we know why she was nervous.
There's that top paragraph. There's a text chain below.
She didn't review that part. I just hit my new screaming goat for the first time, says Living Ghost. Okay, this is connected. It needs to be relevant, though. Let's explain it to us why this is important. I think
So
I
is it
can.
fair to say that the report said that you engaged in an inappropriate relationship with Officer McLeod?
Yes.
What can you tell us about that relationship?
Objection. Relevance.
Overruled. He's established that this is a credibility question.
He was a friend of mine.
Anything more?
He pressured me into inappropriate activity.
Tell me about that inappropriate activity.
He had kissed me on more than one occasion.
I have the report here.
I'm aware. He also had touched me
Where did this go on?
at the police department.
Did he instruct you to delete files and emails, and you said you would?
He had told me to delete one specific email with a file attached.
Okay. And you did that?
Yes.
Boom.
That's in this report as well. Have you seen that?
Yes.
Okay. Now, have you seen your text conversations in this report?
Yes.
Is she still employed?
Now, I'm going to jump to something else and then come right back here. You'll have to forgive me with the paper. You know how many pages are in this thing. This is a case narrative from Sergeant Goodman, way back in the day in 2007. Do you recall reviewing a case narrative from Sergeant Goodman on June 22nd that he and Detective Barnard interviewed Devin Hall?
I read Detective Goodman's report, so I'm sure I did.
I showed it to you to help you.
Sure.
Could you look at that whole last paragraph all the way to the end?
Okay, we just heard that this witness, in her official capacity, deleted an email with an attachment at the request of this Officer McLeod, who was connected with an investigation of some very terrible things and ended up taking his own life in the locker room of the police station earlier this year. Mr. McLeod, I don't know if there's any truth to any of the allegations, but he was involved in collecting evidence in the Nichole Rice trial. This trial.
You
This
recall
case.
reading about that interview?
Yes.
Do you recall Detective Goodman telling Devin Hall that he showed him the side with the Indian head of the knife?
That's what it says, yes.
And that he said the head's missing on the other side, and then he flipped the knife over and it was missing?
Correct.
Did you also read at the bottom that it says see attached interview in the case file, that they recorded it?
Yes.
Are you aware that that recording doesn't exist, hasn't made its way to anyone?
No, I'm not aware.
Okay. I was wondering when you were talking about evidence missing if that was something you knew about. Seems pretty important in the case to me, don't you think so?
It could potentially be.
Interview of a guy who says he's got the murder weapon specifically before the cop even says that the Indian head's missing on the other side. He said, yeah, mine's missing the Indian head though. And he flips it and it's missing. And we don't have that. Doesn't that seem crazy?
I suppose.
Yeah, or we lost it, I guess.
Objection. Argumentative.
Sustained.
Yes, so withdraw that. I apologize.
Yeah, we already scored the points. Can't unring that bell. Oh, yeah, the lip bite was telling.
You said you reviewed the parts of this Clark Hill report that pertain to you, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall, I guess before I refresh you, do you recall Officer McLeod telling you delete that file and email and then you texting back okay?
Yes.
Remember saying, did you tell them you sent it to me, or are they checking people's email?
Yes.
Ashley got put on AL for doing it.
Administrative leave.
Is that a question?
You recall that? I'm sorry.
Yes.
Do you recall that these encounters in the report are alleged to have taken place between you and Officer McLeod in the evidence room?
No.
Where did they take place?
In the hallway and in the crime lab.
In the crime lab. Thank you for correcting me.
Yes.
Where did Officer McLeod commit suicide?
At the
Objection. Relevance.
Yes, Mr. Sand. What's the relevance?
I'll withdraw, Your Honor.
Thank you.
It was in the police station. I don't think the deleted email was in this case. It was a different case that happened after this one.
Do you recall in the report that it says Lieutenant McLeod provided Sergeant Asham with information she would have not otherwise accessed?
Yes.
When their relationship became physical, it occurred only at the police department.
Correct.
Very short answers from the witness. It appears somebody deleted it. Maybe not this witness. But it's referenced in a report. The recording of the interview is referenced in a report, and now that video is gone.
Do you recall in the Clark Hill report under inappropriate workplace behavior, it said some text messages revealed that Sergeant Asham lacked confidence in her abilities as a police officer, supervisor, and suggested that she was suffering from imposter syndrome.
I do not recall reading that, no.
Give you a look at the report and see if you can remember. Be in this paragraph right here.
This is a legitimate question at this point. She still works there, right? She's the detective at the Minot Police Department.
Do you recall that now?
I never read that part, but I see it there now.
Okay. You lacked confidence in your abilities as a police officer. You're the lead investigator on one of the biggest murder cases in North Dakota history. Do you think that's an issue?
Objection.
Sustained.
It's badgering. you have to realize this report came out right before the trial started. Like the trial was in the books, and then this report gets published. They found it 3 days before.
Now, again, you said you've reviewed the file or most of the file. I can't really remember. Did you review the whole file?
No,
How much of the file?
I couldn't say with certainty.
But you're testifying up here as to the file, correct?
Correct?
The majority of what you know in this case comes from stuff that happened way back in the day in 2007 that you reviewed, correct?
In conjunction with Detective Talbot. It was a collaboration.
Okay. You talked about a train trip, right?
Yes.
You aware that in the file that was sent over to me are the train logs between Minot and Wolf Point from 5:16 to 6:10?
Yes.
Have you seen that?
I probably did, but it's been a while.
Let me know if you recall if Devin Hall's name's anywhere on there.
It's not.
Okay. So it doesn't say that he took the Sunday train over?
No.
Oh, okay. But you've been sitting in here, Detective Asham, and we had Detective Talbot and yourself say that he took the train over on Sunday.
Correct.
Okay. It's a big part of this case.
Objection. Is that a question?
I'll withdraw and I apologize.
Sustained. Thank you.
Jeez, Kurt Havoc. I never get excited.
Now, we talked about this, we'll call him the running man, the 6'2" young Native American man that was running from the apartment complex the girls were in north. You recall that testimony?
I recall the report that he was running in the area.
Do you recall testifying about it just a minute ago?
Yes.
And then you said that was all cleared up, that you got in touch with the guy who looked Hispanic or something like that.
Correct.
When did that happen?
I believe that was sometime in 2008. He came forward.
Okay. So he came forward a year after.
Yes.
And he knew he was running that day, that morning, right in front of there.
Yes.
Okay. When in 2008 do you think that happened?
I don't recall.
Okay. Because you were sitting in here when I showed the news release from October 7th, 2008, almost 18 months after, where they were still looking for that Native American man.
I don't recall that, but...
Well, I showed it to Detective Barnard. Can I refresh your
Sure.
recollection? I'm trying to do my math. I'll wait till you take a look at it. Is it your understanding that this gentleman came forward more than 18 months after?
It would appear so, yes.
It would appear so. How?
If that...
But you weren't there in 2007, were you?
No, I was not.
Do you know how many months after June of 2007, October of 2008 is?
I could do the math, I guess, yes.
I'd appreciate it if you would.
Probably 16 months.
Okay. Now you're here for everybody's testimony, but you were here for Detective Talbot's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Do you recall her talking about Vern Olson in relation to Marty?
Yes.
When you talked to Vern, what did Vern tell you?
I didn't talk to Vern.
You didn't talk to Vern. Oh, okay.
Objection. Argumentative, Your Honor.
I didn't know she had, Your Honor, but I'll withdraw that. I apologize.
Yeah, I'm not buying it, Mr. Sand.
Okay. I'll ease up.
Thank you.
You hadn't talked to Vern Olson.
No.
Love the judge.
Lead investigator on the case, you hadn't talked to Vern Olson.
Objection. Asked and answered.
Sustained. Asked and answered.
Yes, Your Honor. But you were here when Detective Talbot testified about their call and the substance of it the night that Marty killed himself, correct?
Correct.
You recall what she said?
Yes.
What was that?
He told her that I believe Marty had mentioned something about something happened or he was dealing with something. I guess I'm just paraphrasing. I don't know the exact phrasing.
Okay. Would it be fair to say he had something heavy on his heart and he hadn't been the same after Anita died?
I don't think it was that specific, but
okay. Do you recall in the report and through her testimony that Marty had decorative knives?
yes,
Okay. Folding knives?
I believe so.
Now, the state was asking you about the FBI's involvement, correct?
Yes,
And you were here when Detective Barnard testified, correct?
yes.
Do you recall from Detective, and in your review of Detective Barnard's report, that he said they felt Devin Hall was the best suspect after reviewing the case?
I believe it says that somewhere, yes.
Okay. Do you recall that that's because the knife came from Montana, he hid in the girl's room, found the knife in the kitchen shortly after the homicide occurred?
No, I don't recall that.
Would it help if I refresh your
Sure.
recollection of that report?
Which part?
Right here. Thank you.
The defense is not just picking at the fringes, they're dismantling the core of the state's case.
Yes,
here.
that's what it says.
Thank you. Your Honor, I apologize if it takes me a minute. It's a full case file, so I'm trying to run through it as quickly as possible.
Take the time you need, Mr. Sand.
Thank you, sir.
He says we've got all day.
Now, the state had asked you about Devin Hall's criminal history. Do you recall that?
Yes.
Did you look into that at all?
As much as I could.
Did you find anything regarding his federal conviction?
Yes.
What was that for?
I believe that was for he had broken into someone's home and sexually assaulted a female.
Have you looked through his Fort Peck tribal records?
No, I don't believe I had access to that.
And you're aware of the incident that sparked this whole thing for Devin Hall regarding him just days after the murder breaking into another woman's window?
Correct. I don't believe that was a woman. That was a couple, I think.
The woman was the one that identified him, though. Is that right, originally?
No. I believe it was a male.
They testified that there was no essay involved in this particular case.
And I'll come back to that in a minute. Obviously, we got thousands of pages of paper here, but just to clarify that, just days later, he was arrested for breaking into an apartment.
It was about a week to 10 days after.
Okay.
It was June 11th.
June 11th, and what day did police respond to Anita's apartment?
June 4th.
June 4th. And he was found in the closet with a knife?
Yes.
I don't think this would be a mistrial. This goes to the weight of the evidence, which the jury can consider. I think the state can clear a lot of this up.
Did you review the Tyler Schmalz evidence at all in the file?
I read through the interviews.
Anything regarding a picture he drew of a girl in class?
Objection, relevance.
Oh, it's very relevant, Your Honor.
We don't have enough of that, Ms. Sorgan, so overruled. But try to connect it, please.
I will, Your Honor. I need to make sure that she has seen it first.
Seen the picture? No.
In the
I remember it being mentioned in somebody's statement, not his.
Where a girl had turned him down and he drew a picture of him stabbing her in the breasts and vagina.
I remember that in somebody else's statement.
Okay. Did you ever talk to Tyler Schmalz?
I did.
Are you aware that he said that Anita was going to a date at a truck stop in his interview with Detective Barnard?
I believe he said something about that. I'm not sure which day that was supposed to be.
Okay. And you're aware he went to prom with Anita, correct?
Allegedly, yes.
Allegedly from whom? From him?
I've heard that from a few people.
And they lived in the same apartment building, correct?
No, not the same building, the same complex.
Same complex. Thank you. Had you read in the reports that they were concerned he was obsessed with Anita?
Yes.
It's a June 5th, 2000 interview, front page. Barnard, Tyler Schmalz. Just look at this one line. Okay. Does Tyler say they went to prom together in there?
He did.
Just want to make sure I'm not crazy. I appreciate it. Sergeant Murphy investigated this case as well.
She was one of the investigators on it, yes.
She passed away as well.
She has.
When did that happen?
I don't remember the year. It's been a few years.
2022 around there.
That sounds about right, yes.
Did you review her reports? They were upfront case narratives, kind of front and center.
Yep, I read her reports.
Okay. Do you recall her discussing her interview with Juan Washington?
I do not recall that, no.
Do you recall him in the interview saying, I guess in reviewing this file, specifically Sergeant Murphy's, did you learn that Juan Washington had saw Native
Objection. Your Honor, she just testified she doesn't remember this interview or having reviewed it. How could she remember anything specific?
The report I remember, I don't remember anything about Juan Washington.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, can I ask you a specific? Oh, I'm sorry.
Hang on. That's what I heard, so your objection's overruled. You can continue.
I'll ask you if you remember this portion of the case file of the report. If you don't, I'll refresh your recollection. Do you recall learning from reading this report and specifically the entire case file, specifically this report, that there was a Native American male that hung around there and went to Club 101?
No, I don't recall that.
Have you review from where it says Washington here to the end. Thank you.
The speaking objections are great for us, not necessarily good for a court case. I think there's some things a jury shouldn't hear. Paula Mack, thank you very much. Good to have you here.
Detective. Do you have a chance to review that?
I did.
Does this man talk about a Native American male that was coming and going from that apartment?
From the area, yes.
Yeah. Are you sure he doesn't say comes and goes from that apartment? I can show you that.
Show me again. And that's what it says.
And he talks about Club 101 in there as well, correct?
Yes.
You put an investigative report together, correct?
Correct.
You talked with the people that had keys to that apartment, right?
Yes.
Marty Annell was one of those people.
Yes.
Laura Knapp was one of those people.
Yes.
You saw Laura testifying earlier, didn't you?
I did.
You recall that she said that her and Marty never discussed the murder after it happened at all?
Yes.
Now, it's safe to say no police officers ever saw the location of the screen in person. They just took Marty's word for it. Is that right?
Can you clarify the location as in where he found it or where he took them to it?
Prior to the screen being brought to the workshop of Marty's, no police officers ever saw that screen.
Correct.
And you recall Mr. Gordon Knutson's testimony, correct?
Yes.
You recall that he said the screen was 100 feet from the window?
I recall he said that's what was told to him by by somebody.
Do you know of him talking to anyone else besides Mr. Annell when he got there?
I don't know.
Okay. Now, we had another detective talking earlier, I think. I'm starting to lose my place here about a curtain and a curtain rod, right?
Right.
And those were thrown back in the window by Mr. Annell.
Yes.
Okay. So they came out of the window at one point.
It would seem.
Now, I think I know the answer to this question, but I want to make sure I get it right. You weren't at the scene back in 2007 when this happened.
No.
So you're not aware that they brought Nichole to the scene?
I'm aware from the reports that it stated that they brought her back.
Asked her if anything was missing of hers?
Correct.
Would that make sense that if something was missing, she would answer that when they ask her?
I would hope so.
Right. Were you there to see if they brought her through the scene?
I wasn't present.
How else would she know if anything was missing? She's not going to know from standing outside, is she?
Objection. Argumentative and asked and answered.
Overruled. Is anything missing from the scene, Nichole? If they asked her that, what's the only plausible way she would figure that out and be able to answer them?
To look and see.
To go into the apartment. And they had her down there from the testimony and the file that you reviewed. They had her down there about 15 minutes after they got there, right?
No, my understanding is she was outside of the apartment at that point, and they brought her into the apartment the following day.
They brought her in the following day. They didn't bring her in that day.
That's what I understand, yes.
Okay. What day did they ask her if anything was missing?
I would assume it was the following day.
It was the following day. I'll come right back to that. Now, you were in here when Brenda Glintz testified, correct?
Correct.
She testified, and tell me if I heard it wrong, but it sounded like to me she said that Nichole went down to New Mexico in July of 2007.
Correct.
And she knew that because her son was in that rodeo down in Farmington.
Correct.
And that she was so sure on that ride up that Nichole told her all these things about the case. You recall that?
Yes.
But in fact, Nichole wasn't in New Mexico in 2007, was she?
No.
When was she there?
2008.
A year later.
Yes.
We're going to go back to that break-in that Devin did a few days after, I think you said a week after, Anita's murder. I found the report. It's in the case file. Officer Kevorkian, what a name. And the other one's Officer Schoenrock. Do you recall reviewing those?
Yes.
Okay.
Did he say what
You
a name
recall-
about Kevorkian?
The dispatch received a call from a person named Tara Steele.
I don't recall the name.
Okay. And I was asking you because we were just trying to figure out if it was a man or a woman. Do you remember that?
Correct. And as I recall, there were two separate.
He broke into two apartments?
Yes.
Okay. The other woman was named Amanda Jane Stewart. Does that sound right?
I don't know that name. The name I'm thinking of is Jason Lovely. That was the other one.
Jason Lovely, I believe, is in here as well. Do you remember the intruder exited the apartment out the same window he came in?
Yes.
And then he was brought to Ward County Detention Center, right?
Correct.
So we're in Minot a couple days later. Devin Hall's going in a window, coming out the same window. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay. Thank you, Bill. Did you review the DNA records? I know one of them is in evidence here. So you may have seen it come in there.
I've looked at the lab report, yes.
Were you here for Dr. Gephardt's testimony?
Yes, I don't believe she's a doctor, but yes.
Amy Gephardt's testimony. Thank you.
Yes.
You recall that Anita had male DNA under the fingernails?
Yes.
You recall the testimony of April Moulton when you were sitting here?
Yes.
Remember she had told the officers that she knew that Anita had been stabbed?
I don't remember that.
I can help you.
Please do.
She says, please do, when she means please don't. Ivan, that's awesome. Who've you picked to win it all again? I forget. Thank you very much, my friend. Appreciate the generous super chat. I'm 18 years old again. Yes. Just keep staying 18 year after year. Yeah, we don't see this type of exchange with the lead investigator very often. It's my understanding that the way this was presented, that she was not a victim of workplace assault. They described it as she described it as a relationship that they were in.
Might have to come back to this one as well. Hopefully my crew can find it for me over there.
Patty, thank you. Duke. Looking at the McLeod report that he's referencing.
Now you said cold justice came in for 10 days, correct?
About that, yeah.
Okay. What day did you guys interview Devin Hall on those 10 days?
We did not.
Earlier you were testifying, you went through persons of interest. You said Marty, Nicole, Tyler Schmalz, and Michael Van, correct?
Correct.
You didn't say Devin Hall.
I did not.
You didn't talk to Vern Olson either?
Detective Talbot talked to him.
Okay, you did.
I did not.
Now, you were reviewing in evidence a bunch of different interviews of Nicole, correct?
Correct.
How old was Nicole when this happened?
18 or 19?
18 or 19. How many years ago was it?
18, 17 years ago?
Half her lifetime ago, it sounds like. Right?
Sure.
When was the last interview you had with her? What year was that?
2022?
So these interviews took place over a period of 15, 16 years.
Yes.
Now, there's something I learned during your testimony that I must have missed. Devin Hall broke into a kitchen at a hotel, is that right?
Yes.
Okay.
Get some snacks late night.
Now, you did interview Mark and Brenda Glentz.
Yes.
Mark said that he saw Nichole at the Senex, right? Or right around the Senex.
Yes.
Okay.
I've got the report if you guys need it. It's 116 pages long. I'll put a link in chat.
Looking through the file, did you ever find a time when Nichole didn't come in to talk to the police?
No.
She came in every time.
Yes.
Did she have a lawyer with her any of those times that you saw?
Objection.
What's the objection?
It'd be her right to have one.
That still wasn't the question. Overruled.
Not when she talked to me.
How about the other ones? Did you see any evidence of that reviewing these old reports?
It wasn't referenced in any of the reports, no.
It's a big report, and this particular witness is only mentioned twice, once or twice. I'll read you that part so you don't have to dig through all 17 or 116 pages, since we have a little pause, which might be between the next question. Might be able to do it now. Bambanek said he has a weird looking... Is he talking? Bambanek said he has a weird working relationship with McLeod because McLeod is cheating on his wife with Bambanek's neighbor. She told Bambanek that she was having a sexual relationship with McLeod. He also feels that McLeod is touchy-feely with Sergeant Asham. Bambanek says that the investigation into McLeod was closed by BCI. That's all it mentions.
Now, there was testimony earlier, I believe it was from Sergeant Goodman and possibly Sergeant Barnard, that they were concerned with Nichole's demeanor, right? Do you recall that?
Yes.
Do you have... recall finding out that Nichole was crying when she showed up? Can I refresh your recollection?
Please.
This is a June 5th, 2007 report of Detective Barnard. Please just read those first two questions and answers. You recall that now?
Yes.
Okay. Do you want these back or can I put them?
Unless I need them.
Let me know. And I apologize. I got my witnesses screwed up. When I asked you about April Moulton, it was Michelle Grubbs, who at that time was Michelle Zayas. You recall her saying that she knew that Anita had been stabbed in her interview?
I don't know.
Okay. I have a report for you to look at. What paid stamp is it?
Lots of refreshing with the reports.
It's a June 5th interview, Michelle Zayas with Detective Barnard. It's a lengthy one. This is the page I'll have you refer to. Just the top question to Michelle here from Detective Barnard.
Okay.
say she was raped and stabbed to death?
She did.
This is June 5th. What day did the police show up there?
June 4th.
How did people know she was stabbed?
Objection calls for speculation.
I'll withdraw.
Rang the bell and withdraw the question. He's getting good at that.
Take your time. Thank you, Sergeant Asham. Or Detective Asham, I apologize.
All right. Ms. Sorgan, do you have any redirect?
Yes, I do, Your Honor. Sergeant, I'm going to go in order from Mr. Sand's questions, okay?
Wait till you hear the tone in her voice here. This is going to be spicy.
Sergeant, you said you reviewed the majority of the file.
Correct.
Why didn't you review the whole file?
It's a very large file, and when you're working on a large case like this and you're working in a partnership with another investigator, you divvy up responsibilities, and one person reviews some stuff and the other person reviews the other.
Kind of like we've been seeing from the defense counsel, right?
Correct.
And who was your partner?
Detective Talbot.
Now, Mr. Sand asked you about the allegations in the Clark Hill report. And that he asked you if you were aware of the investigation against Lieutenant McLeod, correct?
Correct.
To your knowledge, would those allegations have been before, contemporaneous with, or after the events of the Anita Knutson murder?
After.
Approximately how far after?
16 years.
You said that Lieutenant McLeod pressured you into inappropriate activity.
Correct.
Okay. And that activity included what?
He kissed me and he touched me.
Okay. Did it have anything to do with your duties as a police officer?
No.
You were asked to delete one email with an attachment, correct?
Yes.
What was that?
The attachment was a copy of a administrative internal report into then Chief Klug.
Okay. And what version of that report was that?
That was the unredacted version.
Was that report supposed to be disseminated?
No, it was not.
Okay. In fact, you were asked about Ashley on AL for that as a text message, correct?
Correct.
What does AL mean?
Administrative leave.
Okay. So what happened as a consequence? Why did that come about?
Because that report was violating state law by being sent out because it was the unredacted version of the report.
Okay. Violated a lot of people's HIPAA rights, didn't it?
Correct.
And was Lieutenant McLeod the only one who ordered you to delete that?
No.
Who else ordered you to delete it?
Lieutenant Wagner and Captain Sunbakken.
Okay. So several of your commanders, correct?
Correct.
They're regaining some ground here. Changes the narrative.
You were
completely.
asked about contact between yourself and Lieutenant McLeod occurring in the hallway and in the crime lab. Can you please describe the crime lab?
The crime lab is just a location in the police department where we store most of our crime scene supplies for collecting evidence.
Okay. Is this the same crime lab that Amy Gebhardt works out of?
No, it is not.
Okay. Not even the same county, is it?
No, it's not.
Okay. And what was in the crime lab at the time that you and Lieutenant McLeod engaged in any kind of physical contact?
Just equipment and supplies.
Okay. Any evidence?
No.
Mr. Sand asked you about that you were privy to information that you wouldn't otherwise have access to because of Lieutenant McLeod. Do you remember that question?
I do.
What info was he referring to?
He would just tell me about complaints on other officers that they had received.
Okay. Was there some information with regards to your promotion?
He also had sent me a text one point to tell me that I had received a position in investigations.
Okay. Did you already know about that?
I did.
Okay. So this wasn't him giving you information that you didn't already have access to, was it?
Correct.
All I want to ask you about the question of the Running Man sketch that we've been talking about. And Mr. Sand made it clear to you that that sketch came out in October 2008, right?
Yes.
Would you have expected the individual who came forward to have done so before that sketch?
No.
Okay. Why not?
How would he know it is out there?
And how soon after the sketch was published did this individual come forward?
I don't know the exact time frame, but it was within the month or so.
We heard a lot about the fact that you didn't speak with Vern Olson, but that there was a report that Marty had decorative knives or folding knives, correct?
Correct.
All right. Was there ever any indication that the knife that was located at the crime scene belonged to Marty?
No.
Mr. Sand asked you about Devon Hall's federal conviction for sexual assault of a female.
Yes.
What happened with that case? What was the underlying fact pattern, if you're aware?
Objection, Your Honor. That's a mischaracterization of what the charges and convictions were.
I thought it was, no.
It was a burglary conviction, Your Honor.
Burglary, yeah. I remember the judgment. Okay.
He asked her about sexual assault.
I understand that. So your question is you're going to agree with him about that? So can you rephrase your question, please?
Sure. Sergeant Ashton, you were asked by Mr. Sand about a sexual assault that Devon Hall allegedly committed, correct?
Correct.
Okay. Do you know what the underlying fact pattern to that was?
I believe he entered someone's home and laid down next to them in bed.
Okay.
That's not creepy.
Did he kill that person?
No.
You were asked about Devon Hall breaking into an apartment on June 11th, 2007, and he was in a closet with a knife, right?
Yes.
All right. Where did he get that knife from?
From the kitchen of that apartment that he broke into.
Okay. And why did he have that knife?
Because individuals were chasing him.
The cops.
Now, you were also asked about Tyler Schmaltz.
Yes.
And a picture that he allegedly drew.
Yes.
Did you ever see the picture in the case file?
No.
Based upon the information that you were able to garner through learning through the investigation, how old was Tyler at the time this picture was allegedly drawn?
I believe it was in an elementary school.
Okay. And Tyler mentioned in one of the case reports that Anita had gone to a truck stop was meeting someone at a truck stop for a meal or a date?
Yes.
You were present for Michelle's testimony, correct?
Yes.
Where did she say that they went after the tattoo?
To Schatz Crossroads, which is a truck stop.
You were asked about Sergeant Murphy interviewing an individual and that there was a native male who was hanging around Club 101, right?
Yes.
What's your understanding of the frequency of native males in Minot?
It's quite frequent.
Okay. It's a large native population in Ward County, isn't there?
Yes.
Okay. Why is that?
There's a reservation nearby.
Would it be unusual for someone to have spotted a native male in and around the city of Minot?
No, not at all.
You were asked quite extensively with regards to your awareness of whether or not officers took the defendant back to the scene to determine if anything was missing, correct?
Correct.
Right. What is your understanding about whether or not the scene had been processed before she was permitted back into the apartment?
Based on their testimony and the reports that I reviewed, it sounded like the scene had been processed and evidence had been collected prior to her entering the apartment.
Would she have had the opportunity to see the items that you identified as holdbacks?
Objection, Your Honor. She said she wasn't there. She stated it. I don't know how she could know that.
Yeah, she phrased the question differently, so overruled, she can answer it.
Based upon what you have reviewed in the case file and what you have heard in the testimony in this case, would she have had the opportunity to have observed the items identified as holdbacks?
No.
You were asked again about the break-in on June 11th from Devon Hall. Was he apprehended?
Yes.
Where?
In the apartment?
So he got caught breaking in, didn't he?
Yes.
Did he kill the tenants?
No.
Did he harm the tenants?
No.
You reviewed you were asked about the DNA report and that there was male DNA under Anita's fingernails, correct?
Yes.
Multiple fingernails or one fingernail?
I don't recall.
And you testified on direct examination that DNA doesn't have a timestamp, right?
Right.
Okay. So we don't know when that DNA got underneath her nails, right?
Correct.
You were asked about Michelle knowing that Anita had been stabbed on June 5th, correct?
Yes.
Was the stabbing a holdback?
No, it was not.
Michelle on June 5th had said that that Anita had been raped and stabbed, correct?
Yes.
Was Anita raped?
No.
Any indication of sexual assault?
No.
You were also asked about the fact that Nichole was young at the time of the interviews, the initial interview with crime, correct?
Yes.
And the interviews occurred over the next 15 years, right?
Yes.
Right. The date of the initial interview with Detective Barnard occurred what date?
June 4th, 2007.
The day of the murder.
Yes.
The interview with Sergeant Goodman, what date?
I believe it was June 11th, 2007.
1 week later, right?
Yes.
The date of the interview was with Special Agent Meixner.
May 6th, 2010.
3 years later, right?
Yes.
Okay. And so the interview that occurred latest in time was the one with you, wasn't it?
Yes.
You were also present with regards to the questions about Nichole's demeanor, right?
Yes.
And so what Sergeant Goodman and Detective Barnard felt, correct?
Yes.
All right. And you had been asked by Mr. Sand about the fact that that the transcript indicates that she was crying on June 4th, correct?
Correct.
All right. You also were present for Detective Barnard's testimony and Matt Hansen's testimony that Nichole had to basically be told that she was going to be taken to the scene if she didn't show up, right?
Correct.
Okay. And just to clarify, Sergeant, June 4th was the date that Anita was discovered, is that right?
Yes.
Okay. And what is the date that all of the facts and evidence have pointed to that she was actually murdered on?
June 3rd.
Thank you. I have nothing further.
Wow. Told you that tone was going to be...
All right. Mr. Sand, do you have any recross? Or...
Very short, Your Honor.
All right. Thank you.
What's it going to focus on? The affair?
Now, the state had asked you on redirect in terms of Mr. Hall's break-in on Sioux Street if he didn't harm the tenants, correct? Do you recall that?
Yes.
You also recall when they asked him, his response was, I don't know, I've been in a lot of houses around here.
Sounds familiar.
I show you the report.
Objection, this is beyond the scope.
It's not beyond the scope.
It's not. Overruled.
It's our number 42. It's not. Angelique, thank you. Oni, thank you as well. All they said was there was no evidence at the scene that told them she had taken a shower. She was in her bathrobe, and she was on the bed. This is the day
Do
after.
you recall in that report that was in the file?
I found her 24 hours later.
Officer Schoenrock said, I asked him why he was in those houses this morning. His response was, I've been in a lot of houses here.
Yes.
No further questions, Your Honor.
Anything else, Ms. Bergen?
Yes, Your Honor. Sergeant Ashton, you were just asked about that. Are you aware of a further interview between Sergeant Goodman and Devin Hall that occurred in Wolf Point, Montana? Or
Yes.
occurred in Montana. Okay. What did you learn from listening to that interview?
Objection, this is beyond my redirect, which is very limited.
It is, Ms.
I will connect very quickly, Your Honor.
With regard to what he asked?
Yes.
All right, I'll give you a couple.
What did you learn from listening to that interview with regards to whether or not Devin Hall had been in residences on the northwest corner of the city?
He had not been in that
Objection, Your
area.
Honor, that's not what I asked about.
He asked
Okay.
about, he'd been in a lot of houses around here.
You need to ask that question, Ms. Sorgan.
Okay.
Try not to lead her.
Okay. During that interview, what did Devin, were you able to learn whether or not Devin Hall had been in residences in northwest corner of the city?
Objection, Your Honor, I believe it's beyond the scope of recross.
That is legal.
Sustained.
Okay. Did you learn whether or not Devin Hall admitted to being in Anita Knutson's
Objection, Your
apartment?
Honor, leading.
Sustained.
What did you learn from that interview?
Objection, Your Honor, beyond the scope of recross.
Well, again, she said that she was going to connect it once she got to the interview, so I'll give her that part. You can answer the question, ma'am, if you can.
What did you learn from the interview?
That he was staying in the area of Sioux Street and South Minot.
Okay. And what did you learn about his presence on the north side?
Objection, Your Honor, and I hate to keep making the objections, but it's beyond
Sustained.
the scope.
Nothing further.
Is the witness here by subpoena?
Well, she's our case agent, Your Honor.
Okay. You may have a seat, officer. Thank you.
Wow.
Do you have any other witnesses today, Ms. Sorgan?
No, Your Honor, the state rests.
Whoa! And they're done. Just like that. That's
All right.
how they end it.
Awkward time. Mr. Sand, I asked if you had any witnesses available. Do you know if you do or not?
We do, Your Honor.
Are they short or long? They're going to be long.
What does their height have to do with anything?
Yes, Your Honor, sorry.
That's-
All right. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, I'm going to break for the moment, at least your portion of this. I'm going to ask that you go back to the jury room. I'm hoping it will only be for a few minutes, but I can't promise that one at this time. And again, whether I bring you back today, I'm still not sure about. I don't want to be wasting any more time, but I'm going to do my best to see if we can get
I would
more
dismiss
in.
them.
I'm going to ask you again to please do not converse with any witness, any party, or any attorney in this case concerning any matter, direct any questions, or discuss any problems that you may have with the bailiffs. Do not read about, listen to, or view news accounts of this trial until you retire to deliberate your verdict. Please do not discuss the case. Do not allow anyone to discuss the case with you, and do not use the internet or other electronic technology in any attempt to learn information about this case or communicate with your family, friends, or anyone else about this case. Please do not form nor express any opinion about this case until I've given it to you for your deliberations. I hope to repeat this instruction at each recess. If I fail to do so,
Okay, jury's going to be led out of the courtroom, and now I think we're going to come back for some motions. Hopefully the camera and audio joins it back up for this, because the motions that are appropriate right now are the directed verdict, or a judgment of acquittal, I think that's the terminology they use here. This is when defense says, Your Honor, we listened to every word every witness said, and we do not believe the state has met their burden. They have not provided evidence that any jury could put together to say, yes, the defendant is in fact guilty. And because they have not met the burden, save us the time, save the jury the time, make the ruling yourself, and put an end to this shenanigan. The state then will get up and say...
The jury is no longer present.
It'll light most
the
favorable
state
to the
has
state.
rested their case.
I think they could.
Time is 27 minutes after 3 o'clock. Mr. Sands, does the defense wish to make any motions at this time?
We do, Your Honor, and Attorney Deagle's going to be handling that for us, and I'll have you come over here.
Attorney Deagle, first chance.
Hey.
Thank you. At this time, the defense is...
You want to come over here?
What, this microphone?
Oh,
Not behind the pole.
Hang on, we could hear her just fine.
I got you.
Thank you, Your Honor. I apologize.
This is better.
At this time, the defense is moving the court for a judgment of acquittal under Rule 29. As the court's aware, after the prosecution closes its evidence, the court in the defendant's motion must enter a judgment of acquittal of any of the offense for the offense for which the evidence is insufficient to sustain a conviction. When looking at the elements here that the state must establish, first, that on or about June 2nd or 3rd in Ward County, the defendant, Nichole Rice, intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Anita Knutson, or the defendant willfully caused the death, and that the death was caused under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to human life. Under Rule 29, it's on the state to present evidence to allow this case to be given to the jury. They must present facts that a reasonable juror would be able to conclude guilt. We don't believe that's been established here. When looking at the elements, the state is required to establish, specifically number 2, that Nichole Rice is the individual who committed the crime as charged. Here there's been zero evidence that established Ms. Rice was even in town, let alone at the specific scene during where the murder occurred at the time it's alleged to have occurred. Your Honor, essentially the absence of one thing does not establish the presence of another. Specifically, the state's evidence presented has only established that Ms. Knutson was killed in her apartment on or about June 2nd or 3rd, and that Ms. Rice was her roommate at the time of her death. We don't have any evidence that Ms. Rice was at the shared apartment on those dates or any time that weekend. In fact, all of the testimony established was actually evidence to the contrary. There's no DNA or physical evidence that places Ms. Rice at her apartment on that weekend. No fingerprints, no eyewitnesses. There's been testimony that the cause of death was the stab wounds and the knife recovered was the murder weapon. However, there's been zero evidence, direct or circumstantial, that Ms. Rice ever possessed that knife. In fact, all of the testimony and evidence that we've heard this far indicates a different individual possessed that knife. Furthermore, under the jury instructions, intentionally means if when they engage in conduct, it's their purpose to do so, or knowingly if when they engage in conduct, they have a firm belief that they are doing so. Here, if this court were to assume arguendo and find that there was sufficient evidence to infer Ms. Rice was at the scene or had possession of the knife, there's been no evidence that Ms. Rice intentionally or knowingly caused the death of Anita Knutson, or that she had a firm belief she was doing so. In fact, the only testimony that's been presented this far is that Ms. Knutson's cause of death was a stabbing. There's virtually no evidence regarding substantial force, ill will. There's no evidence that the wounds sustained were the result of intentional acts.
There has been ill
will. In addition, there hasn't been any testimony from any late witnesses or experts regarding the force or intention needed to commit these injuries. When examining the language of caused the death of another human being, Dr. Sens provided testimony that the 2 stab wounds were the cause of death. However, that's the extent of her testimony. As this court's aware, the information language also includes the alternative language of or. The defendant willfully caused the death of Anita Knutson, and willfully meaning intentionally, knowingly, or recklessly. Again, the state has failed to present any evidence that Ms. Rice willfully caused Anita's death. When looking at the jury instructions, willfully also includes knowingly, recklessly, and negligently. Regardless of all of that language being applicable, there's been insufficient evidence that the defendant's conduct was knowingly, the conduct was clearly or consciously unjustifiable, likely the conduct would cause the death, and, meaning in addition, under circumstances manifesting extreme indifference to the value of human life. Here, again, the state has failed to put forth any testimony from any of the witnesses regarding the circumstances of Ms. Knutson's death was because of a manifestation of extreme indifference to the value of human life. Specifically, any manifestation or extreme indifference was attributable to Ms. Rice. Even if while reviewing the facts in a light most favorable to the state, there's been insufficient facts to give this case to the jury, and therefore we ask this court for a motion for a judgment of acquittal or a direct verdict. Thank
State's
you.
going to argue in the light most favorable to the state.
Ms. Sorgan, do you
Look
wish
at
to
it a
respond?
different way.
Yes, Your Honor. Your Honor, the facts have been established that show that Anita Knutson was murdered on or about June 3rd, 2007 in her apartment in Minot, North Dakota. The cause of death being stab wounds to the chest. I'm not sure why the defense missed that portion of Dr. Sens' testimony about the fact that Dr. Sens did testify that not much force was in fact necessary. She stated that the stab wounds went through the, quote, soft part of the bone in the chest and that much force was not required with regards to this. We have evidence that has established that entry into that apartment was made through a key through the locked door. We have had a lot of testimony about the fact that the entry was not made through the window, based upon the recreation video, based upon the testimony of the detectives. We have heard testimony that only 4 people had keys to that apartment, one of which was the deceased, one of which was the defendant, one of whom was Laura Knapp, and one of whom was Marty Annell, as the maintenance man. We heard testimony that Anita's keys were in her possession, were in her purse. They were turned back over to her father by Detective Barnard at a later date. Laura Knapp had her keys because she used them to let Gordon Knutson into the apartment. We have heard testimony that the knife that was used to stab Anita was then used to cut the screen because Anita's blood was in the screen, was in the cuts in the screen, meaning that that was put there after she was stabbed. That invalidates any point of potential entry through that window because that screen was still in place and on that window. That screen was cut after she was stabbed in the chest.
So it's either exit or cut.
We have heard testimony that the defendant has provided different accounts of where she was, a different timeline of where she was. We have heard that the travel from Minot to the farm where she was staying was only about 40 minutes. There is a large gap in her version of events of where she was at that night. We've been presented with an awful lot of cross-examination involving other potential persons. We have heard testimony from officers from the Minot PD as to why they ruled those individuals out, but that Ms. Rice could not be ruled out as a suspect in regards to all of this, and that she was the only person who has had means, motive, and opportunity the entire time. Everyone else has lacked that. We have heard circumstantial evidence testified to with regards to the she knew holdback information that would not have been made available to anybody outside of the investigation except for the killer. We heard testimony that she knew about a bowl of water that was in the sink, that had been processed before she was allowed into the apartment and was not there when she went through. We heard testimony that Anita's body had been removed from the scene before Nichole had been allowed into the apartment. She would not have known the position of the body. She would not have known how it was clad. The window screen was not present on the window. The investigations and the transcripts established that she was not advised that the window screen had been slashed or cut. She knew an awful lot of things. Her demeanor at the scene, and most telling, Your Honor, are the confessions that she made to William May and Christina Holler. Motion for acquittal is to be viewed in the light most favorable to the non-moving party. That would be the state. Issues of credibility belong to the jury. We believe that there is sufficient evidence for this case to advance forward.
All right, thank you very much. The court finds that there is sufficient evidence to give this to a jury at this point. The court will deny the defendant's motion for Rule 49 directed verdict or a verdict of acquittal. All right, that having been said, again, the time is 3:36. I'll ask, I'm not sure which one I'm supposed to ask. Mr. Sand, you said you have a witness ready?
Yes, sir.
I'd like to start, if we could, with that. It's 36 minutes after. Can we start in 9 minutes at 45? Will that give you some time?
Yes, Your Honor.
I would like to get the witness started. I realize we may not finish with that witness today, but I want to get as much done as we can.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, so we'll be in recess until 3:45.
Okay, so now we go back to recess for a few more minutes, and defense is going to start their case in chief. I just ended the poll because the judge made a ruling very quickly on this one. Should the judge grant the judgment of acquittal and dismiss the case? No was 60%, yes was 39%, so 60-40 was basically how it broke down. The judge, the way that ruling, the way the rules are written for the judge to consider that is very, very favorable for the prosecution. Extremely favorable. If there is any evidence that has been put forward that the jury could possibly construe as meeting that burden, it basically goes to the jury. And so the state almost always wins at that point in the trial. So no surprise there. JOAs are extremely rare. Camilla's like, I just want to see a dismissal. They occasionally happen. We haven't seen one in a long time. I can't remember the last one. I think we've only seen one. We're only aware of one that happened that we covered in some way. All right, so we have a few minutes. Let's see, we've got 9 minutes here to burn for just a minute. How would you have voted in the poll? Listening to the state spell it out, I think she's right. They have presented it's weak circumstantial evidence. I hate that she says there's a hole in her alibi. There's a time gap. So that's evidence. No. Absence of evidence is not evidence. Just because there's a 40-minute gap. I'm not going with that. But Alec Baldwin.
Happy birthday. You look good.
What point did it happen in Alec Baldwin's case? Did it happen at the break after the state finished presenting evidence? I thought it was more earlier on. I can't remember. Mistrial for prosecutorial misconduct. Yeah. I thought Baldwin was at the very beginning. Thank you once again. I am far behind on recognizing everyone who's said happy birthday to me. I can tell you it is a lot. It is a lot. Sinbad, thank you very much. Appreciate that. Hilda B as well comes in with a happy birthday. Congratulations, Sinbad, on 16 months and Hilda B on 4. Thank you. Out and About with Diane also says happy birthday to the big deal. Thank you. We've got another report. Is this a good one? Let's see. This is a 57-page report. I'll have to look at that and see if that has anything else in it. All right. This has been an awesome birthday. This is a great case. This is a great case. Virginia, the cupcakes are gone. I ate them all. I apologize. Are confessions only evidence when they're made by the defendant? No. I mean, generally people that confess get prosecuted. I mean, a large portion of the people that confess get prosecuted. Kelly Work, big deal birthday party on YouTube. Happy 39 with experience. Thank you. I appreciate that, the 39. Congratulations on month 2. Got that green courthouse. Looks good. Oh, need sound effects up. So I don't get in trouble from Cachette. She supposedly confessed twice. What do you guys think of the way the state comes back? When defense goes up, there we go. The defense goes up and spills a narrative, shares a narrative, and it's incredibly spicy. And it's like, whoa! The way the defense tells it, the lead detective had an affair with this police officer who was investigated in something extremely terrible. That police officer later took his own life. And
happy birthday! You look good.
and they spin it as, you were deleting emails for him. You were having this little affair sort of thing going on. And then the state gets up and says, actually,
I saw
he asked you.
I saw a chicken fight.
You guys are terrible. He asked you to delete an email because it was a violation of state law, and you had to delete it. The person who sent it is actually in trouble because it was not redacted properly. So it changes a little bit. Of course, the state makes it sound really spicy, or the defense makes it sound spicy. You only got 2,000 happy birthday wishes today. Only 2,000. We're a little shy of 1,000 likes on this stream.
Stolen as well.
We're sitting right under about 780 likes on the stream right now. Who did she confess to? Where are they? They testified already, Virginia. It was an ex-boyfriend. Remember the guy who looked like Jesse Pinkman from Breaking Bad? It was him, and then the girl who drove her home after the party. I think those two. So the commands in chat are going nuts. The state clearing up the issues, it makes it all circumstantial. There's no smoking gun.
Happy birthday. You look good.
I think the closest thing they have to it can be explained by the fact that we know that people found out about investigations. They found out facts they weren't supposed to know, even when police didn't officially release them. So that's
Are you going to address subject matter jurisdiction?
She could have found out from the fact that her dad was there in the apartment, or not her dad. The victim's dad was in the apartment, and the maintenance guy was there. The apartment manager was there. They could have told somebody about that the screen was cut, or that that she was on the bed in a robe, that she had, the knife was there, that there was a bowl of water in the sink. All these things could come out from other people. Just because the police didn't release it in a statement or in a public release doesn't mean public doesn't know about it. I don't believe the drunk confessions. It's the credibility issue.
How does he do that?
People talk.
Happy birthday. You look good.
Thank you, Judge Fleischer. I appreciate that. Thanks for checking in on me today.
Because he's the guy.
I now have the trifecta of reasonable doubt: 1 male DNA, 2 knife missing medallion, 3 officers covering up such evidence in interview with a different suspect. I think the email is not as big an issue now that it's been explained. Deleting the email is not as big an issue for me as the fact that there are reports that say there should be a video recording of this interview, and it doesn't exist. And the video recording is referenced in a report, and it doesn't exist. That's a bigger issue for me. That stuff is missing, and we don't have explanation for why it's missing. That's big. How big, you say?
It's bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
It's that big. It's huge. Let's see. Is Hamner back on the soundboard? I don't have him yet. I haven't added him. Loose lips sink ships. I've seen that sign at workplaces where I've been employed before. Can't tell you about it. Missed the whole part 2. There's some spicy stuff in there, Sherry and Max. It's good. It's good stuff. Judge Fleischer has wished R.A. happy birthday today more than we have. Come on, people. I'm having a happy birthday. I really am. I love a good trial, and being able to hang out with you guys watching a good trial is a wonderful birthday. Let's see. What's happened to Monica Sementelli? Isn't that the California trial? We did not follow that one. That is incredibly spicy. Probably too much so for our channel. Kids are running around like hooligans. Carol says, I just activated my Christmas screaming goat. Ready? We're going to do it at the same time, Carol. Ready? 1, 2, 3. There. It's like in stereo. We're on a break. We're going to be back in court in just a minute. As a matter of fact, now, look at that. Look at that. We called it. Perfect timing. Defense is beginning their case in chief. They just barely lost the motion for direct judgment of acquittal, and they're now calling their first witness.
On the record, the time is 47 minutes after 3 o'clock. Once again, parties are present along with counsel. Mr. Sand, are you prepared to call witnesses?
Yes, Your Honor.
All right. Ms. Sorgan, anything else before I bring in the jury? All right, please bring in the jury.
Youngest is still single digits. The oldest is in the mid-20s. Got 6 of them. Five are still tax write-offs, if that matters. Thank you, Sinbad, for the update. Trail TV Live covering that case. They're doing a great job. Lobster tonight? No. Actually, I've asked Mrs. Ori to make my favorite dinner.
Seat.
I know that's my favorite dinner.
Ms. Sorgan, do you waive roll call of the jury?
State waives roll call, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand, do you waive roll call of the jury?
Yes, Your Honor.
Call your first witness.
Yes, Your Honor. Defendant calls James Douglas Coons.
As James Coombs comes up,
Mr. Coons, I'll have you come up here. She'll swear you an oath.
it is beef stroganoff with no mushrooms.
You solemnly swear to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God.
I do. Have a seat over there, sir. Once you get situated, adjust it so the mic's aimed at your chin and that the light is on.
He like melted into that chair. I've never seen people sit like that. And he goes further.
Want some water before you begin?
Sure.
I don't know if that's water or coffee. Okay, thank you very much.
It might be coffee, might be water. This testimony could be really good and really fast.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sir, could you please state your name for the record?
James Douglas Coons.
And do you prefer to go by Mr. Coons, Agent Coons?
Most people call me Doug. It's my middle name.
Okay, Doug. Doug, where do you work?
Currently, I own a private investigation company and security consulting firm called Veracity IIR.
Okay, can you tell me a little bit about Veracity?
We've been in business since I retired from the FBI in 2018, and we do all kinds of private investigations, legal consulting, security consulting, a little bit of everything.
And
Mr.
how
Sand,
many?
I'd like to interrupt you. Can you have him spell his last name again for the record and
Yes.
also the name of the company?
Yes, Mr. Coons, could you please spell your last name?
Sure. Kouns.
And then could you also spell the name of your company for the record?
V is in Victor, ERACITY, and then IIR, which stands for Investigation, Intelligence, and Research.
Thank you.
And how many employees does Veracity have?
I think we're at 14 total, including part-timers.
And what's your position there?
I'm the CEO.
And you had mentioned that you started Veracity after you retired from the FBI, correct?
Yes.
And before we get into that, I'd like to get into your education background. Can you tell me a little bit about your education?
Sure. My undergraduate degree is from Ball State University in Muncie, Indiana, in chemistry, and I also have a master's degree in business administration from Grantham.
And what led to you joining the FBI?
It's kind of a long story, but I sat for the exam, passed, went to the FBI Academy, which at the time was a 4-month program. It's quite a bit longer now, but then it was 4 months. Successfully completed the academy and was given my credentials and assigned to my first field office, which was Sioux Falls, South Dakota. Or Minneapolis is the field office. Sioux Falls is a resident agency within the Minneapolis division.
And how long did you serve in the FBI?
22 years.
Can you give me a rundown of what you did during the course of your 22 career?
So the first 6 years was in Sioux Falls, and first 4 or 5 years of that I worked mostly crimes on Indian reservations. After September 11th and the Twin Towers, my focus became more on counterterrorism and counterintelligence. After my 6th year, I was transferred back home to Indiana, where I worked in the Bloomington resident agency out of the Indianapolis division for about 5 years, working mostly counterterrorism. From there, I was transferred to FBI headquarters in Washington, D.C., where I was a supervisor in the Weapons of Mass Destruction Directorate Chemical Countermeasures Unit. After that, I was returned back to Indianapolis Division, where I was a supervisor of the Field Intelligence Group. After that, I stepped down from being a supervisor and worked cases for the rest of my career.
And Doug, during the course of your time as an FBI agent, about how many suspects have you interrogated?
Over the 22 years as an FBI agent, I would guess around 100.
Ever investigate any cases involving murder or homicide?
Yes.
About how many?
Either my own or assisting other agents or as a member of evidence response team, probably 15.
Your Honor, may I approach?
You may.
Brandy Churchwell got engaged over the weekend, or announced it over the weekend. She's a good friend of the channel. Fellow content creator.
Getting picked up. Mr. Coons, can you describe the document that I just put in front of you that's been pre-marked as Defense Exhibit 3?
Yes, that's my current.
Your Honor, it needs to be C.
C.
Sorry, thank you.
That's my current curriculum vitae.
What's the curriculum vitae?
It's basically a rundown of my education, experience, and training.
Now, everything that we had just gone through a minute ago, is that on your CV?
Yes.
Is there anything else that we didn't describe?
There's a few things, yes. I've got some continuing education things. I'm also a certified fraud examiner. I mentioned briefly, but I was a certified member of the Indianapolis Division's evidence response team. What else? Those are the major things. There's a few other.
Looks like you're a first-degree black belt in Taekwondo.
Yes.
I wish that was on my CV. Your Honor, defense would move to enter Exhibit C into evidence.
First degree black belt
Mr. Nelson, any
Taekwondo.
objections?
No objection, Your Honor.
Defendant's Exhibit C is received without objection.
He's a black belt. Don't mess with him.
And Doug, you had stated that you had done some continuing education and had gotten some certificate credentials, correct?
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to put in front of you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit D. You recognize that?
I do.
Can you please describe to the court what that is?
That's the certificate I was given in January 13th of 2005 after completing the FBI's evidence response team training.
What does the evidence response team training course entail?
At the time, it was a 2-week program. It was somewhere south of D.C., Dumfries, Virginia, I believe. We spent a couple of weeks learning how to properly find, collect, process, document, photograph evidence, anything to do with evidence. We learned it during those 2 weeks.
And I assume you completed the course?
Yes.
Is that a true and accurate spelling of your name?
It is.
2 weeks is
Your
pretty
Honor,
short.
Defendant would move to introduce Exhibit D into evidence.
Mr. Nelson, any objections?
Yes, Your Honor, this document is actually hearsay because it's someone else's statement, not the defendant's. Or not, excuse me, not the witnesses.
Over the objection, the court will receive Defendant's Exhibit D.
Thank you, Your Honor. And we'd also request, if need be, to publish C and D.
You may.
Thank you. Now, Doug, during your time as an FBI agent, did you ever testify in court?
Yes.
About how many times?
20. It's a rough guess.
And who did you usually testify for?
Always the prosecution when I was an FBI agent.
And since starting Veracity, I assume you've testified as an expert witness before?
Yes.
About how many times?
Maybe 10, 12.
Have you been qualified or certified every time as an expert in criminal investigation?
Yes.
Since he started Veracity, is it prosecution or defense?
Your Honor, at this time, we would request that the court qualify and certify Mr. Coons as an expert in the field of criminal investigation.
Mr. Nelson.
Your Honor, I'd like to briefly voir dire the witness on this.
You may.
Ooh.
Mr. Coons, have you ever been certified as an expert in a North Dakota court?
No.
Okay. You had a 2-week training on collecting evidence.
Yes.
You believe that qualifies you to be an expert?
To some degree. There's also the years of experience I attained in utilizing
Mr. Collins, that was a yes or no question, and I'd like you to stick to my questions.
Yes.
Okay. You believe that 2 weeks makes you an expert?
Yes.
Okay. Have you taught courses like that before?
No.
So other people in the FBI didn't come to you to learn how to do those things? You weren't directed to teach other people how to do those things?
No.
Okay.
They don't want him in as an expert.
May I ask a follow-up, Your Honor?
Hang on.
He's not done.
Do you have advanced degrees in science or anything like that?
I have a bachelor's degree in chemistry.
Okay. That would be a bachelor's degree. Would that be an advanced degree? What I'm asking is, do you have a master's degree or a PhD in any science?
No.
In fact, your MBA is in, well, you have an MBA, which is a Master's of Business Administration. Is that accurate?
That's accurate.
And I suppose that comes in handy as being the CEO. Does it come in handy being an expert in crime scene analysis or investigation?
No.
Spice.
Okay. Your Honor, at this point, I don't believe that there's enough information to qualify the witness as an expert. So the state would object.
All right. Mr. Sand, did you have something else you wanted to ask?
Yes. Agent Coons, how many criminal investigations were you part of during your 22-year tenure in the FBI?
I'm guessing 100 again.
Okay. No follow-up, Your Honor.
All right. The court will, over the objection of the state, accept Mr. Coons as a certified expert in criminal
It's called a
investigation.
fade to black.
Qualified and certified.
I disabled that
proceed.
button on my switcher.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Mr. Coons, I want to go over some kind of, I guess, housekeeping questions. How did you get involved with this case?
I was called by Dick Sand of your office.
Okay. And how are you getting paid in this case?
It was a flat rate, $10,000.
And
not bad.
have you met with us to discuss your testimony?
Yes.
Does any of that have any effect on your ability to tell the truth?
No.
As a follow-up, does every case that you take on result in you testifying in front of a jury?
It does not.
Tell me about that.
Sometimes my opinion on the matters that I review are not favorable for their client, and therefore I'm not called. However, it is valuable information for them. They tend to look to negotiate some sort of plea bargain at that point if I think that their client is guilty of something.
Now, speaking to this case, what is your process when you take on a case as an expert?
It varies depending on what kind of case it is and what's given to me. In this case specifically, I was giving a very large amount of documents, videos, audio recordings, pictures. As the detective testified, it was a lot.
How did you? Where did you get the material?
I was given access to a Dropbox file.
From whom?
From your office.
And to the best of your knowledge, where did we get it from?
From the prosecution.
And Sergeant Asham had testified that she did not review the entire file of you.
I did.
Okay. Can you tell me how voluminous the file is?
I would say it's between 6,000 and 7,000 pages of documents.
Bigger than you.
Hundreds of hours of audio and video recordings, hundreds of pictures. Oh, let me take that back. About 100 pictures, crime scene and otherwise. Now, when I say I reviewed it, I at least looked at every document. Some of it I would deem unimportant, and it would get kind of squirreled away. I might pull it back out later if I ran into some reason to pull it back out. But there were a lot of interviews done, a lot of false leads that were tracked down that didn't go anywhere, and I didn't spend a lot of time on that because there's so much. You had to kind of prioritize what was important.
When did you begin your investigation into the file?
It was June of 2023.
So you've had almost 2 years here.
Correct. I did the bulk of the work in a 3-4 month period when I first got it, and it kind of went on the back burner for a long time. And then a few months ago, when this appeared to be headed for trial, got it back out, refreshed my memory.
Now, you prepared a report in this case?
I did.
What was your process in preparing that report?
So I had to go through all that material. There was also all the Cold Justice Show material. Looked at all of that, and I started with the probable cause affidavit, looking at the broad strokes of what the government says results in this person being charged with the crime. And some of the elements there, I would then try to identify in the volumes of documents that I went through there. It also wasn't very organized. So, there were PDF files that weren't titled, so you had to open up every single thing to see what it was, and there were multiple things in each of those files that weren't necessarily related. So it was quite an effort.
And in your review of the case, were there suspects either identified by law enforcement or that you would identify as persons of interest or suspects on your review of the case?
Yes. As I went through, I noticed that there were several main people of interest and or suspects, however you want to call it. Several of them stood out to me as well. And then watching the Cold Justice material, they had, I believe, four suspects that they identified as worthy of a look. But I thought they had left out one.
Okay, can you tell me who the 4 suspects Cold Justice had, and then the person that you thought they left out?
So they had Nichole Rice, then Thomas, Tyler Schmaltz, Marty Marty Annell, and Michael Van were the 4 visited on the show. It jumped right out to me that they left out Devin Hall.
And I think just for flow, so people can follow, it makes sense to work through those suspects. Some things might come up, but I'll try to stay on track here. You mentioned the first suspect, Nichole, who's sitting to my right here. After reviewing the file, what did you learn about Nichole's involvement in this?
So as I said, the first thing I read was the probable cause affidavit, and one of the big elements of this was that the prosecution believed that whoever committed this act had to have a key, and that was a point that I disagree with.
Why is that?
I don't think they had to have a key because we don't know for sure that the door was locked when whoever got there came in. They could have encountered an unlocked door, entered, locked it behind them, done their act, and then exited through the window. Or they could have come in through the window and back out of the window. Despite this reenactment thing, it can be done. Locks can be picked. That's a cheap lock that can get purchased at any hardware store, and there's multiple videos online of people picking them in seconds. Whether or not a key can be reproduced, we heard testimony of that. There were not self-service kiosks back in those days, but you could go to a hardware store and get a key reproduced if you took it to someone to do it for you. And Laura Knapp's testimony, well, I didn't see her testimony. I was not in here at that point, but in the materials that I reviewed, it wasn't clear that they knew that the door was even locked when she came. She put her key in it and turned it, but the handle is not integrated with the lock. So I'm not even sure if it was locked. I think it probably was when they got there, but I can't be sure.
So is it your testimony that we can't be certain if somebody did enter through the door, but if they did enter through the door, it could have been anybody?
Correct.
What did you learn as far as, there's been a lot of talk. You sat here through Sergeant Asham's testimony. There's been a lot of talk about the timeline of the weekend that Anita was killed.
Yes.
What is your understanding about Nichole's timeline during that weekend?
So reviewing all this material, it sticks out to me, and there are inconsistencies in the statement. I will grant that. To me, they're not relevant or pertinent. So the common theme is she went home on Friday, I believe that's the 1st of June after work, packed her bags for a weekend home in Velva at her parents' farm. And she thinks that Anita was home at that time, but wasn't sure, thought she was in her room with the door locked. I believe there was music heard, maybe voices heard. Spent the night at the apartment in Minot. Went to the parents' farm in Velva, met up with them to then go to a family function in, I've heard it called Sykeston, and I've also heard Carrington. I think they may be neighboring towns. I've heard it interchangeably, so I'm not sure which is accurate. But went to this family event, which was a going away party for a cousin who was leaving for Iraq. Was there for a time, left with cousin Alyssa, and then traveled to, I believe they went first to Alyssa's home. They may have run back to the house in Velva to pick up some cheese dip that Nichole liked, and then went back to Alyssa's home to watch a movie. There are variations of that account. There's one account where she leaves out that part and just went home. Nowhere in there did I see that she traveled back to her apartment in Minot.
Okay. Now, there's been some testimony from Sergeant Asham about inconsistencies in Nichole's interviews.
Yes.
Are you aware of that? What are your thoughts about those inconsistencies?
I saw them too. We also talked about how, this happened in 2007. She's been interviewed multiple times, I think at least 4 times, over 17, 18-year period now. And the story has changed a little bit. Again, I don't see anything that jumps out to me as like, oh my God, we got her. It's small details. It's like, we went from the house in Velva to the family function, and then, okay, in this first version, we left out the bar. But why is that significant? She still isn't back in Minot where she would have had access to Anita.
Is it fair to say that it's a common explanation of a college kid that goes home for the weekend and hangs around their hometown?
Right. I know when I was in college, I'd say I'm going home for the weekend. That doesn't mean I'm going to be literally at my parents' home where I was brought up that entire week. That means I'm going to my hometown. I might meet up with friends. I might meet up with other family. It just means I'm going back to where I was raised.
Now,
Going back to my roots.
During the course of your reviewing of the case file, did you have a chance to look at any of the interviews of Brenda or Mark Glenn's?
I did.
Okay. What can you tell me of what you learned from those?
I learned from those in the very first interview. She gave an account of
She being who? I'm sorry.
Brenda Glenn's gave an account of Nichole stating to her on a road trip from Arizona, I believe, or New Mexico, that she had gone back to Minot at some point over the weekend to get clothes. There was a second interview of her, I think the time the cold justice people were in town, where she is not sure of herself on that point. And they, listening to the audio, they say, it's right here in the report. And she's like, well, I guess if I said it, it must have been true. But it doesn't sound like she's confident on that at all. There's a third interview where a private investigator, not myself, interviewed her and to try to clarify this point. At that point, she's clear that when Nichole went home to get her clothes, that was Friday after work, before she went to the parents' farm. And then that was the last I knew before we got here.
I believe you testified earlier regarding the timeline about Friday. You just mentioned that she grabbed her clothes on Friday. And correct me if I'm wrong. Are you saying that she went to the family farm on Friday or
Nope.
on Saturday?
No, she went to her. And see, and this is a part of the problem, I think. When the interviews talk to Nichole, they use the word home, and I've done it. I'm guilty of it here right now. Sometimes it's not clear. Are you talking about home, your apartment in Minot, or home, your parents' farm where you grew up? I think sometimes that makes people confused on both sides when they're talking. And so on Friday after work, she went to her apartment in Minot, got her clothes. The next morning, Saturday morning, she left, went to her parents' farm in Velva.
Now, we established that you were in the courtroom during Sergeant Astrom's testimony. Do you remember her talking about the alleged admissions that Nichole made to people like William May and Ms. I'm not sure what her name is now, but
I do.
Christine Imhoff, formerly.
Right.
Can you tell me a little bit about your review of the case file, review of those alleged admissions, and as an expert witness, what you think of those?
I reviewed all the same things, and I scoured and scoured looking for more to this. And what sticks out to me is there's very little context leading up to when this alleged confession was made. We know that there was this drunken party, and that Nichole has been reported as being belligerently drunk. Now, was she the only one that was that drunk? I don't know. How drunk was everybody else? How drunk were the people that allegedly heard this confession? So the story was that, and this is according to May, she was being asked about the murder and hassled about it, and at some point she just said, "I did it," and that was the end of it. And so it doesn't make sense for me. So was there no logical follow-up conversation to that? Was there, I would think you would continue to get questions about, really, why did you do that? And a lot of this. And then I also looked for where was this ever reported to law enforcement, and I never found it anywhere in all those materials.
As a 22-year FBI veteran and now an expert witness, what type of weight of credibility do you give to belligerently drunk statements?
Objection, Your Honor.
Your objection is?
Credibility would be the province of the jury.
Your Honor, he's been certified as an expert in criminal investigations. I'm sure he's dealt with intoxicated suspects before and intoxicated witnesses.
He has been certified as an expert with regard to. So I will sustain the objection. I would prefer if you reworded your question more specifically.
Sure. Thank you, Your Honor. During your review of the case file, how much weight do you give to those statements that we just discussed?
Not very much, but I don't discount them completely.
Okay, why is that?
Again, there's lack of context prior to and after. The statement in and of itself does not make sense to me. This is a person that has been through multiple law enforcement interrogations over this matter and has held her ground firmly. It does not make sense to me that at a party of people that she doesn't seem to know that well is going to actually confess. I don't know anything about the tone of the comment. It could have been sarcastic if it was made. And I don't. All the people there, I'm assuming, are drunk, and I don't know that, but their recollections of this could be off or skewed. It's just not something I would hang my hat on.
Now, in review of the case file, did you notice any type of interrogation techniques that law enforcement used with Ms. Rice?
Yes. In one of the interviews, I believe in 2022 with the cold justice people, one of the investigators was using a Reed style technique. Reed is a school of thought on asking specific questions that elicit a type of response. It helps the interrogator determine if they're on the right track, if they're getting indications of deception or not.
And what did you learn in this case?
So, for example, in this case, I believe she was asked if she thought it could have been an accident. So that's a Reed technique. And a guilty person might latch on to that. Now, it's not foolproof. You can't say just because they answered this question in this way that they didn't do it or they did do it, but it helps you along the way. So a person who may not have done this would give you a soft answer like, oh, yeah, it could have been an accident. Maybe they were holding a knife and tripped and fall. I'm making up an example, but that's an answer you might get from somebody that would tell me as an investigator, I need to dig in here. That's not what I want to hear. Well, it is what you want to hear if you think the person did it. But also, there's a question asked: what do you think should happen to somebody that did something like this, meaning commit the murder? Now, a guilty person is going to give a soft answer, like, well, people make mistakes. People should get second chances. They should get some sort of punishment, but something like that, kind of wishy-washy. Someone who has possibly not committed the act would give you a more definitive, they should rot in jail. And that's exactly what Nichole said.
Nichole said what?
They should rot in jail.
So what did you take from that answer?
To me, that's an indication that she did not commit the act.
Now, based on everything that we went over, Nichole, and your training and experience as an FBI agent, what's your expert opinion regarding the allegations about Nichole in this case?
Although it's not impossible, I don't think it's likely that she's responsible.
The next suspect that you had listed off was a man named Tyler Schmaltz.
Yes.
Do you remember saying that?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you learned about Mr. Schmaltz in your investigation in this case?
Similar to what the detective testified to, Tyler was a high school friend of Anita's. They went to prom together. I would add that I read that they went to prom together as friends. So he was interested in her romantically. The feelings were not mutual. My understanding is she kept him in the friend zone, the dreaded friend zone. And others described him as having an obsession with her. And there wasn't a lot of details as to why they felt he was obsessive over her.
Friend zone experience.
And one thing that my understanding was that he moved into that apartment complex after Nichole. So I could be wrong on that, but that was my takeaway from it.
When you say after Nichole, do you mean after Anita?
Or I'm sorry, after Nichole and Anita moved into that same complex.
After reviewing the case file, is it your understanding that Tyler Schmaltz and Anita did go to junior prom or some type of prom together?
I don't know which prom it was, but a prom, yes.
And there was some testimony by Sergeant Asham regarding a disturbing drawing that Mr. Schmalz had drawn in either grade school or middle school. Can you speak to that?
Yes.
Your knowledge of that after reviewing the case file?
Yes, I read the same reports. It was 6th grade, so however old a person is that, what, about 10 years old? My kids are very much older. I don't remember how old they were in 6th grade.
I'm not 100% sure.
But anyway, it was 6th grade. Megan, I believe her last name was Zeitz, was a new girl to the school. Tyler became obsessive towards her. Again, the feelings weren't mutual. And at some point in band class, a teacher confiscated a drawing that he had made, which was a depiction of him stabbing her in the breast and vagina.
What did you take from that?
It's disturbing. This person could have some deep-seated issues, and it's certainly something that would have been a red flag for me if I were investigating this.
During the course of your investigation of this case, is that the only type of disturbing thing that you found regarding Mr. Schmalz?
No. So it piqued my curiosity. So this is really the only additional research I did myself. I found him on social media, scrolled through his posts at the time, and I found some references to the Jason, the Friday the 13th movies, dancing around with a bloody knife. It's a video clip. It ends with the bloody knife stuck in the sand with the water washing up against it. There was also Christmas cookies in the shape of knives and decorated with red icing to look like bloody knives.
And you said that you found this during the course of your investigation. Is it fair to say that these have
What makes those
these
Christmas
were posted
cookies?
online within the past 2 years?
To
the best of, I'll rephrase, Your Honor. I apologize. To the best of your knowledge, when were these posted online?
After the murder. I don't remember the date.
You find it odd for somebody who had been a suspect on a television show in a stabbing murder to post stuff like that on social media?
Yes,
Objection, Your Honor. There's no foundation for any testimony regarding someone being on a TV show.
Sustained. There's no connection, Mr. Sands.
No, that's fine. But you had mentioned that you had seen the Cold Justice Program, correct?
I have.
And in the Cold Justice Program, Tyler Schmalz was listed as one of their suspects, correct?
Yes. There was another oddity in that during his interview, which was...
Objection, Your Honor. There's no question currently before the witness.
Sustained.
What did you learn about Cold Justice's investigation into Tyler Schmalz after watching the show?
So there's the TV show, what made it actually on, and then in our discovery, there's also the other stuff that was cut. So in his interview that I watched, at the end, they asked him, Tyler, would you do something like this? And he said, no, not me, not to her anyway. On the TV show, it cuts it off to the part about the not to her anyway. To me, as an investigator, that's another red flag. I'm going to follow up on that. Like, well, so what do you mean by that? Who would you do it to? It's just an odd statement to me.
In your review of the case file, was there a follow-up?
No.
You mentioned Cold Justice. Based on your review of the case, how long did their investigation while they were physically in Minot, North Dakota last?
I would say 10 days to 2 weeks.
And who were the people from Cold Justice that were involved in that investigation?
I'm sure there were cameramen and people like that, but the two main ones were Kelly Sigler and Steve Spingola.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you learned about Kelly Sigler?
I learned that on at least two occasions, she was accused of and found to have committed prosecutorial misconduct.
What's prosecutorial misconduct?
Objection as to relevance, Your Honor.
She's an investigator in the case, Your Honor.
She was not.
She's not an investigator in this case, Mr. Sands.
She aided Sergeant Asham. Sergeant Asham testified that Cold Justice aided her investigation.
They might have aided her in the investigation, but they weren't part of this investigation, as far as I know.
Your Honor, Ms. Siegler is listed in, she asked questions in interviews of suspects with Sergeant Ashland.
Okay, so your position here is that you're going to the credibility of Ms. Siegler based upon her being charged with something. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson?
Your Honor,
I think your objection was what?
relevance. And the other issue here is that I was just reading the finding. It's a several-year-old case. State v. Hillsman, an individual not called as a witness. The trial court did not abuse its discretion by precluding defense counsel from attempting to impeach through use of extrinsic evidence credibility of an individual who is not a witness for either state or defense. So unless they're planning on calling this person as a witness, we didn't call this person as a witness. There's no basis for this, Your Honor.
Again, Mr. Sand.
Your Honor, I'd be happy to lay a little more foundation by refreshing the witness's recollection regarding Ms. Siegler's involvement in this case.
All right, you may.
Your Honor, there's been nothing showing that the witness needs their recollection refreshed.
Not recollection refreshed. I thought he was going to give more foundation.
Opposing counsel just said that he was going to refresh the recollection.
To lay foundation, Your Honor. I'm going to lay foundation. I'm going to ask to approach the
I'm
witness.
clear on this. I know who Ms. Siegler is based upon testimony that's been given in this case. At this point, you're going to attempt to impeach her credibility as someone who works for cold justice. Is that my understanding?
Well, and somebody that aided in the investigation in this case that I will refresh Mr. Collins' recollection. She took part in interviews of witnesses along with Sergeant Asham. She asked questions to witnesses during the investigation. She was an active investigator in this case, Your Honor. Not just a TV personality.
I will overrule your objection, Mr. Nelson. He can follow up with his questions.
Thank you, Your Honor. Now, Doug, you had already stated that during your case review, you had looked at the interviews of Brenda and Mark Glintz, correct?
Correct.
Do you have those memorized?
No.
If I approached you and to refresh your recollection with a copy of those, would that help?
It would.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
Your Honor, I have to object. There's no question that is put forward that he needs to have refreshed at this point.
Mr. Sand?
I asked if he had memorized the entire transcript, Your Honor.
And this is the transcript of whom?
This is a transcript of Brenda and Mark Glintz. I did ask that question. I asked if he reviewed Brenda and Mark Glintz's transcript. He said he had. I said, do you remember the entire transcript? He said he did not. I said, if there's parts of the transcript that you do not remember, and I approached you to review it, would it help refresh your recollection? He said yes.
Okay, but again, maybe I missed something here in the transition, but I thought we were talking about Ms. Siegler, or Kelly Siegler.
Yes, Your Honor. I'm happy to lay some foundation from here before I approach.
All right, you may do that.
Now, Agent Collins, you had stated that you did review the interview of Brenda and Mark Glintz.
Yes.
Do you know who all took part in that interview?
I do not.
Okay. If I approached you and showed you a copy of the interview, would that help refresh your recollection?
It would.
Your Honor, I have to object because the witness has not testified that he knew that at some point. That's what refreshing recollection requires.
Overruled. He can't ask that question. He's refreshing his memory as to who did that interview with the Glintzes, as it were, Brenda and Mark Glintz. So you may do that, Mr. Sand.
State lost another one. They fought that one pretty good.
Am I getting picked up? Thank you.
Barely hear you. That mic's terrible.
Now, Agent Collins, I put in front of you a copy of that interview. You just take a look at the parties involved at the top.
Yes, it's Brenda and Mark Glintz.
Your Honor, I have to object. He's reading from it.
I know.
Yes.
Can you read it to yourself?
Thank you.
Yes, I can read it.
Okay. And then, can you hand it back to me?
Yes.
Did that refresh your recollection as to who the participants in the Brenda Glenn's and Mark Glenn's recorded interview were?
Yes.
Can you tell me who that was?
Brenda and Mark Glenn's, Carmen Asham, and Kelly. I don't believe it has her last name there, but Kelly Sigler from Cold Justice.
And in that interview, Kelly Sigler, along with Sergeant Asham, are asking Brenda and Mark Glenn's questions regarding this case, correct?
They are.
Would you, in your expert opinion and in your 22 years as an FBI agent, say that Ms. Sigler was actively involved in the investigation?
Absolutely. And there are many other examples of her asking other people questions.
Your Honor, that being stated, I would like to continue my questions regarding the background of Ms. Sigler.
You may proceed.
Thank you.
Over the objection.
State lost. They lost. It's a big win for
I
defense.
can't remember my first question, so we're going to go back. It's you had stated that Cold Justice was involved and that Kelly Sigler was one of the investigators that helped out with the Minot Police Department, correct?
Correct.
And what did you learn about Kelly Sigler?
I learned that in the past she had been accused of and found to have conducted prosecutorial misconduct in a couple of trials when she was the prosecutor in a county in Texas.
And what year did that occur?
One of them was 2015, and I believe the other one was 2002.
When did Ms. Sigler help out with this investigation?
2022.
Anything else you learned about Ms. Sigler?
She has also been sued at least 2 times for defamation, for...
Your Honor, I'm going to make the same objection.
I'll withdraw that question, Your Honor.
Thank you.
We can move on. But one last question about the Glenn's interview. It was Sergeant Asham and Kelly Sigler that were asking Brenda Glenn's questions, correct?
Correct.
Being
All right,
sued
Mr.
just
Coons,
means somebody thought you had money.
Next on your list of the suspects that you rattled off was a man named Michael Van. Do you remember that?
Yeah, I do.
Can you tell me a little bit about what you learned about Michael Van during your review of this case?
Michael Van was either seeing or wanted to be seeing Anita. They had some sort of a relationship. I'm not sure if it was very deep at the time.
Okay. Did they have a texting relationship?
They did. Michael Van was the last person Anita texted with, to our knowledge, before she died.
Can you explain to the court what cell site is?
Cell site location information, CSLI is often called. That is obtained from telephone company providers, and it can give you back in 2007, it could give you the rough location of where a cell phone was at a given time.
Was that used in this case?
It was.
How many times?
Once that I found.
With who?
His name was Gio Rodriguez.
Was it used with Mr. Van?
Not to my knowledge. I didn't find any other CSLI on any of the other subjects. So that was a big question for me, is if you could get it for Gio Rodriguez, who was only ever a minor suspect or person of interest, why wouldn't you have obtained it for all of the subjects? That would totally clear up where Ms. Rice was on the time in question, if they had it.
I don't want to ask the same question twice, but can you go a little more in depth as to how cell site works? Is there some form of triangulation process?
Yes, and I'm not an electronics person, but I know enough about it as a user. I used it many times in my career as an FBI agent. So we've all got our cell phones with us almost constantly these days. And even if you don't, you're typically hitting off more than one cell tower. So this tower is hitting off of you from this direction. This tower is hitting on you from this direction. Now, it will ultimately connect to the one that has the strongest signal to, but it will place you at that intersection. So back in the day, it'd put you, if you were looking for somebody, it'd give you maybe a city block. Nowadays, it puts you within feet.
And this was used in the investigation of this Gio Rodriguez?
It was.
And we were talking about the text messages between Michael Vann and Anita. Was it used during that?
No.
And there had been some testimony from Sergeant Asham regarding text messages between Anita and my client, Nichole.
Yes.
Was it used in that investigation?
Not to my knowledge. I didn't see it.
Cell site wasn't used to triangulate or to, within a city block, determine where Ms. Rice was in this case?
Correct.
And she was texting that weekend?
Correct.
Okay. That being said, as far as Michael Vann as a suspect, what's your expert opinion on Mr. Vann?
You can't rule him out. In my opinion, he's not a very strong suspect.
I'm going to stop you there. I know it's not perfect, but this is where we're going to stop for the day. Time is 37 minutes after 4. We'll reconvene tomorrow morning. 8:30 work for you, Ms. Sorgan?
That's fine, Your Honor.
Mr. Sand?
8:30? Yes, Your Honor.
Okay, just want to make sure. All right, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, we're going to recess until tomorrow at 8:30, so please be here at 10 minutes before that if you can. Have to worry about finding you. I will once again give you my...
And he's gone. All right, we are done with day 5 in this case. The state has rested. Defense has taken over. Their first witness is a spicy one. There's been some battles. They've brought in some of the dirt on the cold case team. They're trying to cast doubt on here. The state calling the lead detective really opened some doors for defense on cross-examination. They gained a lot of ground, and the state, I think, effectively clawed it all back. Most of us were like, whoa, what is this? What's happening? And then the state sort of readdressed those issues, and it looks like the defense was basically trying to make a story out of something that wasn't. But anyway, there's a little bit. Thank you all for coming to my birthday party today. I have to say, you guys are amazing. You've given a billion presents. Thank you. They are much appreciated. Make us all this possible, and I can't say thank you enough from me and from my family. Thank you for your support. I love what I do, and you guys are amazing. I love that I get to do this with you. All right, we are done for the day. We're going to continue. Wait, hang on.
Before we recess for the day.
Your Honor, now that Mr. Coons has begun testifying, I expect that I can expect from the defense the basis for the testimony regarding looking at Rule 705 for the facts and data that was relied upon.
Was that not part of his report?
Well, Your Honor, that, as we discussed at that hearing on the 12th, that was believed, yes. Not everything was disclosed to the state, and now that the testimony has begun, it's time to hand it over.
Mr. Sand, one of you?
Yes, Your Honor. Kind of switching gears here.
Lefty's gaming.
I did print out the rule in anticipation of this.
Happy wowing.
You can have a seat.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
I printed off the rule.
Again, it's Rule 707, Mr.
705, Your Honor.
Sorry.
Yeah, Your Honor, it specifically says the expert may be required to disclose those facts and data on cross-examination. We haven't begun that.
Well, I'm requesting that the court require that, Your Honor.
Prior to cross-examination?
Yes, Your Honor.
Too soon.
Your Honor, if we may have a moment to pull the order from the court.
Sorry?
We're pulling up the order from the court, Your Honor. Is that all right?
Sure.
Thank you.
He meant order. There's an order the judge has given regarding the turning over of evidence and different materials. Audrey Henry just gifted 5 memberships. These are the best membership gifts. These are the best birthday gifts because everyone wins. Everybody wins in these ones. Thank you so much. Audrey, that is awesome. Let's see. State lady just shook her head. Yeah. I think the state's a little early, but at the same time, here's why I think the judge appreciates this. The state's early with this motion, but you could either do it now when the jury's excused, or you can do it later when the jury is in the back room. And the judge hates having the jury sit in the back room. Every judge hates to just hold a jury and take them from their lives and waste their time. So I think that's why it's appropriate to have this hashed out right now. So Valerie says, wow, I'm glad it didn't leave yet. You got a gifted a membership.
Looking at index 347, which is the order in this case.
Queen Olive, thank you as well.
We were in compliance with the rules of evidence 702, 703, or 705. So it doesn't specifically say when we need to disclose it, but we're in compliance with 705. We would request that Rule 705 is followed, which states that the expert may be required. I'm not saying that I'm going to waive any objection, but we haven't even gotten to the point where they can request it. May be required to disclose those facts or data on cross-examination.
Judge is reading it.
Point out that I did cross-examine the witness briefly when I voir dired the witness as well.
Yeah, that was not, that was voir dire, not pertinent testimony regarding his investigation.
It was the basis for him being an expert.
Judge is pretty fair here. Let's see what he comes up with.
All right.
Selena, thank you so much again.
Yeah, I don't have one here. Mr. Nelson, give me your rule book, please.
Sure. Here's the one I have, Your Honor.
Give me your rule book. Somebody hand me the law as it is written.
Thank you very much.
Why does the judge not have a rule book? Somebody get the judge a rule book.
So just for the record, I provided the court with the rule book and pointed to where 705 was.
Thank you, Mr. Nelson. I believe that's what I required of you.
It is, Your Honor, but I was away from the microphone, and Colette doesn't like it when we're away from the microphones.
Carol Engel, thank you for a gifted membership as well. I do like this judge. He's good.
Okay, once again, Mr. Nelson, I believe you are correct. However, I do believe you are premature. I realize I gave you some leeway with regard to voir dire, with the witness with regard to his expertise. However, I think under Rule 705 that cross-examination is required for that information. So I'm going to deny your request at this time. However, if we get to that point for cross-examination, then that information should be available. So does that make sense, Mr. Sand?
Available as far as the identification or the actual materials, Your Honor?
I think it requires the
both.
Let me make sure I'm clear on that again. The expert may be required to disclose those facts or data on cross-examination. So his facts and data that he used to come to his opinions, that's the point of this.
Disclose,
unless the court orders otherwise, an expert may state an opinion and give the reasons for it without first testifying to the underlying facts or data. The expert may be required to disclose those facts or data on cross-examination. So again, when he gives his opinions, he's entitled to give them based upon being an expert. He doesn't have to disclose what facts he bases his opinion on unless he's cross-examined to those opinions. And once he's done, then he's required to give them, either by way of testimony or by way of documentation.
Yes, Your Honor. I believe the one thing that did come up that he testified outside of everything that the state already has was he identified that there was an interview done by a private investigator of Brenda Glintz. He identified that already on the record.
Correct.
So I'm not sure. He's identified it.
Well, again, the way it works, Mr. Sand, at least this is my understanding, being a novice in this occasion, is that when Mr. Nelson cross-examines him and he wants to go into his opinions, that at that point, when he asks him about those opinions again, he can ask him specifically the information what he used to come to his conclusions. Sure. And that has to be available. If it's already available, if it's information that he got from the state or from the documentation that he got from the state originally, that would be fine. If he got it from some other source, he will be required to disclose that.
Now,
that's my understanding.
My question, Your Honor, and I'm not trying to hide the ball, is disclose or produce?
Well, I believe it says disclose is the way I read it.
I mean,
required to disclose, this is exactly what the wording is, those facts or data on cross-examination. So he has to disclose it, where he got it, what he based it on. So that's my understanding.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And your expert will be prepared to do that tomorrow, I presume.
To discuss what he
If he's asked those questions,
yes. Your Honor. You discussed them today. Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Nelson, is that clear?
As clear as it can be, Your Honor.
Thank you. All right.
Thank you.
Anything else before we break?
Nothing from the state.
No, sir. Thank you.
All right. Then again, it's 4:47. We'll be in recess till tomorrow at 8:30.
Wow. Wow. A great day in trial. Great day in court with some great friends. I have to thank you all once again for being here with us today. Sometimes people come in late and they're like, hey, just got here. Sorry, it's been a busy day. Is it worth a rewatch? Yes, today was worth a rewatch. Both beginning and the end, it was worth a rewatch. The only part you should skip is the very beginning of the first show today, where I completely botched the intro. I had not yet connected everything correctly. My audio was not working well. The video did not work well. It was terrible, and I apologize. But other than that, it was fabulous. It was a Monday all over again, and it was my birthday, which is fantastic. The birthday gifts are still flowing in. Jade 902 just gifted 5 more memberships. Thank you very much, Jade. You guys are amazing. This is the best present ever, is a spicy trial on your birthday. Oh my goodness. Now I need to go run about 5 miles because I've ate so many what's the proper conjugation? Was that even the right word? I ate too much today. It was all delicious food. There's more. There's a whole cake out there I haven't scratched yet. Oh, just walking is okay. Oh, I need to do more than walk. Thank you all. Tonight when you go home, please hug the people you love. Smile at someone, make their day just a little bit better. And please stay safe till we go live again tomorrow morning. Tomorrow morning, we're continuing this case out of North Dakota, the bad roommate trial. It's getting better and better with each day. Amazing how far we are in the trial and still no smoking gun. And now that the state's rested, I don't expect one. We'll see what happens tomorrow. We'll see you guys. Have a good night. Bye-bye.
Bigger than you. It's bigger than me. It's bigger than all of us.
Thank you for your many veterans.
Don't miss the forest for the trees.
Have them send someone with more experience.